You are watching the Vodka stream.
Jesus Christ, StreamYard, come on. Why did I have to change up everything? I tell you what is happening, everybody? We made it through another week. Man, this week blew by. Man, this week was exhausting. I'm not going to lie. Pretty damn exhausting, I will say that. Oh, it was one of those weeks, I tell you. And I think, like I said, I told you guys, I think I got a little food poisoning at the, over last weekend. So that just kind of set up the whole week to be like, ugh. That's right. Ugh. I made that noise right now. All right, let's get a little mood music right now. There we go. There we go. Let's sit back and have some fun. Let's have some conversations. We got Ernie Altbacker that's going to be coming on. And hopefully you guys watched the first interview that we had with him on DC Fan-imated, Scott and I. Scott will also be joining tonight too, which would be good. But we'll get some of the other guys in here too to pick his brain a little bit more, talk about his new book, which of course I'm going to be putting into I'll put it in the chat and everything. So I'll get on that. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Talk to me out there. Hopefully you had a good chip. Okay. Or not. I hit pause. YouTube. What are we doing here? I don't know. All right. So I'm going to put the Kickstarter link. I'm going to pin it into the chat. So if you guys want to help it out, it's doing pretty good. It launched this week, so I'm going to pin the message so then we can have that right there, just in case you guys want to support some original content. That's what we like. We like original content, don't we? I think we do. Anyways, all right. Who's out there? What's going on, Game City Saver? I think people are getting the utopian way confused with the American way. People need to stop fighting for what never was. Plus, they obviously changed it for global business reasons. I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about the budget, which we're going to talk about, which I see what you're talking about. What's going on, Ryan? TGIF. And you're seeing, don't worry, I'm not going to give any spoilers away. I'm going to talk about Ballerina. I'm going to give my full review. I don't have that much different from my first reaction. So if you saw my first reaction last night, it's not going to be that much different. So, but I'm just going to talk a little bit more. So we got Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Good to see you. Got a player drop. Love you, Mom. Of course, I'll be having some dinner with her on Sunday. We got Phil right here. Of course, he'll be joining as well. Good to see you, Phil. We got Monique. Happy Friday. Sorry you missed Monday. Was that a family? Nothing wrong with that. Don't worry. And then, of course, Wednesday was the recorded show since, man, I was having myself a Wednesday. That's for damn sure. But good to see you, Monique. I'm sure the steakhouse was fantastic. We got Brendan right here. We're back live. Let's get nuts. Yeah. It's very interesting. Like since I recorded Film Junkie, not live on Wednesday, I mean, I blew through it pretty quickly. It was like a 46-minute show, but it was weird. I felt lonely. I was like, it was weird. I've done it before, but it's been a bit since I've done it, man. But I tell you what, not having the live stream, not having you guys, just going back and forth and seeing your guys' chat, I'm telling you what, I missed it. I mean, obviously I could concentrate more on what I was talking about, sure, but at the same time, I do like the effect of like, hey, you guys are just, talking shit in the in the chat. So what's going on, Tony? Movie Chapter TV, Blonde Cam fan. Hey, Dave, I rewatched Total Recall Director's Cut. I seriously don't understand the hate for this movie. One of the best cyber fans. Thank you. Yes, right there. The only reason why people hate this movie because it's not like the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. That's what it is. And of course, you're talking about the Colin Farrell version, right? I really enjoyed that movie. If we didn't have the Arnold Schwarzenegger Total Recall movie from the 80s, which changed a lot of things, and we just had this one, people would love this one more. But I think that's the reason why. They wanted get your Asta Moss. They wanted that stuff. But the movie and the director's cut too. Yes, great stuff. Dale in the city. What's happening, my friend? Good to see you out there. Always great. What's happening, Jose? 53 months as a member. Love you, man. Yeah, cheers to you, sir. Seems like we're going to be hanging out soon with something. Hey, Jason McKenzie, helping out that pirate ship. Much appreciated, sir. Always great to see you out there. Cheers. Super chats are welcomed, guys. But like I said, if you want to help back up Ernie's book, by all means, like I said, it's pinned right there. But super chats are welcome. And when Ernie comes on and when the panel comes on too, if you have any questions, obviously you guys can ask questions right now for the time being. But as soon as everybody's on, I'm not going to be able to answer questions. But if you do have a super chat, have a super chat, I definitely will find that and make sure that we answer the question. So if you have a question for the panel or for me or for Ernie or anybody like that, by all means. Scotty, yo, how are you? Can't wait for Superman. So excited. Yeah, it felt like it was a slight, I don't know. It was weird, man. I was feeling just weird. And, Saturdays I'm usually slow, but I think I made some Italian sausage and it just did not feel like it sat well. I didn't throw up or, maybe afterwards it was a little bit of a different story, but hey, I'm just saying. But I'm telling you, that just set up my whole week of just feeling just weird. I don't know. Anyways, who else we got here? Johnny Rampage, what's up? Been a minute since you watched stream. Hope all is well. Hope all is well to you, sir. Looking forward to tonight's Superman discussion. Abso-freaking-lutely. We'll be talking some Superman. What's going on? Hope you had a good week. 10 years ago, sir, Christopher Lee died. That's crazy. It's been a decade. Uh-oh. Scott's going to be coming with some spoilers. Uh-oh. What's going on, Simon? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Well, no food poisoning that is for sure. For sure. All right. Let's see who else we got. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. But yeah, interesting week, busy week, work and everything, but all good now. Everything's great. Should have some good conversations. Cheers to you guys again. Oh, let's talk Ballerina. Balla-freaking-rina. Yeah, like I said, there's not going to be much different from my first reaction, in my car because, I enjoyed the shit out of this movie. I think it's a good little chapter or a good little spin-off. Chapter. We can say it's a chapter, right? Even though it's not in continuity, it fits between 3 and 4 of the John Wick movies. I was worried about the inclusion of John Wick. Was it going to be too much? Was it going to be too little? Kind of like things. And like I said, I'm not going to give any spoilers away, and I'm not even going to talk about like how much he's actually in it. But I think it was actually a good amount. But I will say this, at least. I think originally he wasn't supposed to be in it all that much. That's just my theory. I think he was not going to be in it as much as he ends up being in it. And I'm not saying it, and it's definitely not too much and it's not too little. I think they realized there needed to be a sweet spot when it came to including John Wick into the movie. And I think they hit it. I think they really did. I think they really hit it by finding that little sweet spot. And I think that was actually part of it. I don't know how extensive. We heard the reports that there was the reshoots, but I think it worked in their favor because first off, it didn't feel like it affected the story. It didn't feel like I could easily spot like the reshoots. Oh, that's a reshoot. Oh, it wasn't one of those situations. It just seemed like whatever they did, they did with purpose, and they realized, okay, we have to do it like this. And I think it was the final act. I think maybe it was the final showdown of what she had to achieve and everything. I think that's what they actually reshot because, and like I said, it worked for the movie. It worked for the movie because I thought the final act was fucking great, even leading up to it. I'm telling you guys, you saw it in the trailer. There are flamethrowers that are being utilized in this movie. And the way that they utilize flamethrowers. You never seen anything like it. I mean, that's what I love about this franchise is how innovative they get with the action. You know, I mean, it started the whole gun fu thing, and of course, that is very much relevant here. And Ana de Armas, she nails it. She does a great job. And like I said, it's kind of nice to watch a John Wick movie with a prettier face. You know, not saying that Keanu Reeves doesn't have a pretty face. He definitely does. But Ana de Armas has a really pretty face. So it's kind of nice. But, you know, yeah, she definitely held her own. But yeah, the flamethrower thing, I was nuts. And then there's a grenade sequence, too, that was actually pretty innovative and crazy as well. And it just further expands the John Wick universe because I tell you what, I mean, how they expanded it with the second one and then the third one and then, of course, the fourth one. I mean, this movie just started off by, there's this hitman who's retired. His wife passes away. It starts off very somber, very kind of dark. And then she gives him a puppy, adorable puppy. These douchebags kill the puppy and take his car. And that's how this whole thing started. And it worked. And then there's like, well, let's expand this whole assassin universe. And they have done it so well. I wish I forgot to bring my little ballerina coin. Damn it. It's in my jeans that I wore last night. But at the movie theater, they were giving collectible coins, one of the coins that she specifically uses. And it's really cool. I was like, damn it, I wish I had that. I'm probably going to put that somewhere on a shelf or something. But no, but then there's like this other, again, it's like there's like this whole thing, this whole world that is hidden underneath the real world when it comes to this universe that they keep on expanding on and they keep on nailing it. So if you like the John Wick movies, you're going to like Ballerina. Okay. Now it's not I don't know where it actually fits in a ranking. Maybe I'll have to do a letterboxed or something this weekend and maybe I could fit it somewhere. But then I should have did a rewatch, but I've watched the John Wick movies so many. I put them just on because they're comfort food. That's right. Keanu Reeves kicking ass is comfort food. It's a comfort food movies, so cheers. It's good stuff. Okay. Now, all right. So now I wanted to talk about something else. I have to talk about something else and like rant and rave a little bit about some things. The Superman budget. That's right. The Superman budget, which of course is being heavily talked about, criticized, everything. You know how it is. Things get a little too crazy. Things get way too crazy when it comes to this. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Superman is just being put under a microscope. It is being put under everybody's just looking at every little nook and cranny. Obviously, we have a very loud side of the Snyder fandom that is talking about it like 5-10 times as much as people who are hyped about it. They are obsessed with. I mean, I saw a video today and these guys will stop at nothing. And it sucks because it's embarrassing because they are part of the Snyder fandom, and it's just embarrassing when you are a part of that and you know the guy, you've talked to the guy, and you know how nice the guy is, and you realize that, wow, he would not condone the behaviors of some of these fucking miserable fans. But I saw somebody like go to a Walmart and look at the shirts, and there was like a stack of Superman shirts. They're not selling out because in these guys' world, they they think that their little immediate bubble that they're in, their local Walmart or whatever, that's every Walmart. Again, that's how much that's how highly they think of their world and their bubble. I don't know. It's fucking weird, man. It's like, oh yeah, there's how many Walmarts in the country? Something tells me that they're not going to be exactly like yours. Your parents coddled you a little bit too much, I think. So anyways, that's besides the point. But let's talk about that Superman budget because it is an interesting little breakdown, a little thing when it comes to the Superman budget. And this is what I wanted to bring up, this article right here, which has got one of the funniest fucking featured images right here. The image right here is absolutely hilarious. Okay, well, first off, would you pay $400 million for this movie? Between delays, reshoots, and rising costs, this year summer blockbusters are racking up astronomically high price tags. When factoring in marketing costs, can the box office keep up? And my God, look at this. You got Tom Cruise, they're leaning up against a Lamborghini, and he's got all the money. You got a fucking velociraptor that is just posing on the hood. I mean, that's a sexy velociraptor right there. And then you got Superman with the goddamn golden chain and his emblem right there. I mean, whoever, kudos to who drew this. And it says right there, it says Lamar, I don't know. But it's basically breaking it all down, okay? And it talks about, of course, Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning. Yeah, we heard that it was essentially like a $400 million. I mean, they got inflated too when it comes to the production budget, which of course, nobody's talking about that. I mean, people are talking about that, but certain fans are definitely not talking about that because they didn't even bother to go see Mission Impossible. They only obsess over 3 DC movies 24/7. So they didn't care about that. And then of course they even brought up F1, which is also very inflated. We heard about how inflated that budget got as well. And yeah, there's a lot of things. They talk about COVID and they compare it to a lot of other things as well. I mean, they even say right here, turning the list of the most expensive films, Final Reckoning would come behind 2015's The Force Awakens, $447 million. That's with marketing. Again, they're adding marketing to all this. We normally don't talk about that. We don't talk about actually adding the marketing budget. We just hear about the production budget and then that's it. And then we know the rule, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We know the rule about what it needs to make to break even and start making profits. And then even Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, $432 million, which is interesting. And these are movies that came out 10 years ago, 7 years ago. It's like always been a factor. So right here, we got this paragraph that says, last year, documents filed by Superman production team with the Ohio government seeking incentives listed the gross budget of the highly anticipated July film as $363.8 million. What that number was, reported director James Gunn, who runs DC Studios, lambasted the article, how in the world do they think they know what our budget is? He wrote on social media, in recent days, DC suggested that the budget is a net $225 million after incentives and tax breaks. So we got to remember that every movie tries to get those incentives and get those tax breaks. That's the way the business works. Yet one longtime financer says the $363 million figure isn't incorrect. And sources say DC and its parent could spend as much as $200 million on the global marketing campaign compared with the usual $150 million for an all-audience summer tentpole. It wouldn't be a surprise since Superman kicks off the Gunn era and needs to work at the box office. Either way, between the production, budget, and marketing, it's certain to land in the $400 million club. So, of course, we got all that. And then according to a veteran studio source, Superman, which opens up on July 11th, is exploding on social media, which it definitely is, with the first full trailer raking and all those stuff and everything like that. And I said, there's no way to defend these budgets. I agree with that, because when you get into the $700 million and $900 million break-even point in regards to the box office and ancillary revenue, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, these budgets are being crazy. Here's another thing that nobody's talking about too, especially when I see a bunch of these, diehard DC fans who want Superman to crash and burn and really want Jurassic World to actually be the, obviously they want that and Fantastic Four to, of course, defeat it. Jurassic World Rebirth opens 9 days earlier during the 4th of July corridor. The film features an entirely new cast and blah, blah, blah. Sources confirm to net $180 million when it comes to their budget. Either way, that's still a sizable chunk when factoring in marketing. Others dispute the net price tag of $180 million and say total cost could still come in between $330 million and $400 million when including marketing. And I don't know if it's actually going to meet that. I would say it would be more on the lower end of 300. 330 because there's not, I mean, Jurassic World Rebirth budget has not been that crazy, or the marketing has not been that crazy. Let's face it. It hasn't been all that crazy. But then again, who knows? This, in the next couple of weeks, it could really kick into gear and everything. So that's something that, of course, no one's going to mention that some of these finance or insiders are even talking about, hey, even Jurassic World Rebirth is going to be getting up there right now. So basically what I'm trying to get at is yes, these budgets are absolutely insane. And when people are going, okay, so it is going to be that $363 million, whatever the hell, or reach up to $400 million. But of course, we're just talking about the marketing. And normally we don't even really hear about the marketing. But now, like I said, it just seems nowadays everybody's counting every freaking penny, which is fine. But at the same time, that's why you always did the equation. The rule was always you times the reported production budget by 2.5 to 3. So even if you like, okay, fine, we'll times it by 3. We'll times the $225 million Superman budget by 3 before it starts breaking even and making profit. That's why you get that $700 million. That's a success because, yes, you times it by 3, that's $675 million right there. You're not going to times 400 because the equation works with the marketing budget. So, just a little math out there. I know there's a lot of people that think this thing has to make $1.67 billion for it to break even, but that's not going to be the case. But again, they're looking at Walmart's and toy stores, toy sections as a litmus test of how successful this movie is actually going to be. That's right. Again, grown men are going into these Walmart shirt sections and toy sections and taking pictures and video to prove that Superman's going to be a flop. By the way, don't even buy one of those Walmart shirts for I think it was $8.99. Yeah, they're rough. They feel like sandpaper. They feel like sandpaper on you. Don't even bother. Those shirts kind of blow. Just saying. Those shirts kind of blow. But again, it just sucks when you see that kind of stuff and you're kind of going, well, you're representing this guy who doesn't. Oh, you're really doing that? That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. That's the thing that just irks me. It's just the fact that it's just embarrassing, especially when you've had many conversations with a man that you're defending and all. It sucks. It sucks. That's not what that's not what the Snyder Cut movement. Again, I said it. I keep on saying it. I'll keep on saying it. It's not what the Snyder Cut movement was about. It just wasn't. That's all. But hey, what could he do? These guys, just pour yourself a drink. You guys are very uptight. Sometimes, just pour yourself a drink and just go, you know what? Who gives a shit? Go watch original movies. There's a lot of original movies out there. Let's not obsess over one particular one. How about that, huh? All right. What are you guys talking about? If you guys got some questions for me, what's going on, the Black Red? Good to see you. What's your thoughts on all these Snyder Cult haters? Well, I just kind of gave some of my thoughts right there. I don't like to use cults. I really don't. But some of them do very much talk like they're a cult. It's pretty sad too when there's a particular YouTuber that is supposed to be the voice of now this Snyder movement or whatever the hell it is now. He doesn't even have his facts correct. I saw a tweet from his. You guys know what I'm talking about. Mr. Aaron Fisher. He doesn't even have his facts correct because he was talking about how how they're talking again going to the budgets, and then he claims that Zack Snyder's Justice League, the added scenes, the nightmare scenes with Jared Leto and Ben Affleck and all that stuff. He claims that was shot on Snyder's driveway. It's like, no, dude, that was the Green Lantern scene. And then somebody who's also trying to be a voice, I guess, in this whole thing too, even said that said he shot it with an iPhone. And I'm going, Jesus Christ, you guys are so bad at this. You guys are so fucking terrible at this. You don't even know the facts. You don't even know the facts about this. It's like, no, that scene was not, the nightmare scene in Zack Snyder's Justice League was not shot on his driveway. It was in an actual studio. He's talked about it. He's explained it. And even the way that they shot it and everything, you could look it up. Yes, the Green Lantern scene was, and that wasn't shot by an iPhone. The Snow, Steam, and Iron short film he made was made with an iPhone. That's what that was. Get your facts straight if you're going to be these voices of whatever this movement you're trying to do right now. Please. Hoy. What else we got? Don't worry, I'm not gonna know Ballerina stuff. This Superman is going to be good. Yeah, I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna cross 700 million. But but then again, who knows? And if it doesn't, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. 1.2 billion to turn a profit. Not a hater, but that's a hell of a. I don't know. Doesn't need to turn a profit with that much, but hey. Looped up Looper. Looper's a good one. Let's see, you're just styling yourself to look like. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm sure you're just joking. I'm gonna assume you're just joking. But it's hard to tell these days sometimes. But I'm sure you're just joking. The biggest YouTuber channels I've seen trashing Superman trailers aren't even. Yeah, there's even that too. Yeah. Oh, I know some of the Geeks and Gamer guys. They are like talking about that, and it's kind of funny too because people in the Snyder community will pass around their videos, and I'm like, do you guys realize that those guys actively shat on Zack Snyder the night of the release of the Snyder Cut? I was there. I was part of the stream when that whole thing went down. So it's pretty crazy, but what could you do? Hey, what's going on, Lane? The only thing that was shot in the driveway was the Green Lantern scene and the second scene of All the Martian. Yeah, that one too. The Nightmare scene. Yeah, exactly. But again, new voices out there. There's new voices out there. Oh, good old Donovan's in my chat. Great. Fantastic. Not even going to pull up your stuff, dude. But cheers, guys. That's pretty much it when it comes to things. But yeah, we'll have a good discussion right now. Like I said, the Kickstarter. I always want to say the Kickbacker. I don't know why. It's in the chat, so if you want to show some support, I can't wait to read more of the book. And we'll talk to, of course, Ernie about it. Let's see, we got that. Setting things up here. All right, hold on one second. Okay. Just listen to that groovy music, man. What are we talking about? Some mood music. All right. I think we're good with that. All right. Cool. Let's see. Hey, what's going on, William? Good to see you, buddy. We got Antonio out there too. Nice to see you. All right, let's go ahead and turn off that stuff. All right, let's go ahead and bring in my guests. And obviously, hopefully you guys checked out the interview Scott and I did at DC Fan-imated about 2 weeks ago, a little over 2 weeks ago. We had a great conversation with Ernie, and now he's back, and hopefully he has a drink in hand. Ernie, hello.
Yes, I do.
There it is. Cheers, man. Welcome back.
I wore a festive shirt for your show.
Yeah, look at that. You got a Star Wars Hawaiian shirt you're rocking right there, huh?
I've been bombarded with ads of shirts that seem to look awesome, and I was like, these can't be that good for $40. And they're not, but they look pretty good, but they are made of, say, space age rayon. They're very slippery. You need at least 3 buttons. 1 to 2 buttons, the thing slips right off. It's gone, but if you like that sort of feeling, satiny, and then you're good. Satiny with a rash.
So, man. Yeah. That's the bad part about when you get those ads. I mean, you just don't know what you're actually going to get, because I've fell victim to that a couple of times too, where I'm like, oh, that's a cool shirt, and you get it and you put it on and it feels like sandpaper on your skin. like the quality of it all. And then even like the decal, you know, you wash it one time, it's already starting to fall apart.
Yeah,
And
I was really looking at, you know, I was like, I've done those shirts before, right?
Yeah.
This was the Hawaiian one. I hadn't taken the swing on some sort of Hawaiian Comic-Con shirt. You know, I'm trying to improve some Comic-Con game, right? I've been using the same ones for about 5 years. People are like, hey man, you buy a shirt. So
yeah.
so,
And then it sucks too, because, you know, when you see the ad and they have like somebody wearing it, you know that they're not really wearing it. It's just photoshopped onto like somebody who's just wearing a plain t-shirt or whatever the hell. So you have to worry, you know, you have to think about that too, especially when I see something where it is like a crazy looking shirt, like the whole shirt is designed. I'm going, yeah, no, that is not what that shirt looks like.
they have these ones with the old covers of comic books, and I'm like,
yes,
I want that, right? But it's kind of the same thing as this. I ordered from what I thought was an American company, and then about like 5 days later, it's like, your thing has passed the Xingshao Customs Center. It's on the way. And I'm like, Jesus, 6 weeks. They put this thing on the boat. You know, it's a coming.
Right? I know. That's the difficult.
What I will say is it looks really sharp. Like the image, the silk screen of the space age rayon polyester screen looks really sharp in the ad, and it is blurrier. I will tell your viewers who probably get the same, you know, want these same type of shirts. It's a little less focused, but I think it's pretty solid. You know,
okay, yeah,
right.
Sometimes you could get a hit. Yeah,
I mean, not for 100, but for 40, I will do this. I will try a couple more.
There's no, like I said, I mean, you just got to be careful with those and just hope for the best sometimes. And then of course everybody talks about Temu, which I've never ordered anything from Temu, but I've heard Temu is supposed to be like, it's like the, you know, it's the cheap knockoff kind of thing and stuff like that, but people rave about it. I'm going, I don't know. I don't know about that. There's just something about it where I go, I don't know if I want to order anything from that, but people rave about it. It's a little scary.
I know, I got a lot of that too, but I don't order like, I mean, they have weird stuff, you know, like I don't know what was on there that it's like you can't get something like a safety. It was like an inflatable emergency boat for $69.99. You know, and I'm like,
oh my god,
why are you buying that? You know, like don't skimp there.
Yeah, what do you Ethan Hunt? You need like to get in a skateboat something.
The thing to skimp on, you know?
No. If you I don't know if you want to get a discount price for something like that. But anyways, how you feeling about launching Area 51 Studios?
You know, and I think you were like, why am I calling it Kickbacker? I'm like, hey, my name is Altbacker. I could be.
No, that's why that's what keeps messing with my head, man. I keep on thinking, thinking about your name, and then I'm going Kickstarter, Kickbacker. What the fuck? Yeah.
You know, and I was like, boy, that would be good to sign in as, except it makes me sound like a grifter. Right? I signed in on the first day while I was with the team meeting with my artist Josh White.
Yeah.
As Ernie Launchbacker, you know, for day one.
Nice.
Right? So I thought that was good. Yeah. But I'm feeling pretty good. We're over 50%, but we're a little under $2,000.
Yeah.
And I hope by offering some exclusive merchandise that maybe we could get a little closer.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to promote it. Like I said, everyone, you know, I pinned it to the chat. It's about 55% currently right now. So, I mean, that's good. And hopefully we get some people that, like I said, you guys have some extra things and you want to get an original book with a really cool idea, watch the little trailer, obviously right here. And then, you know, throw some support because we like original content. Original content's good.
I mean, for those who don't know, Area 51 isn't actually the secret military base. It's actually a film studio where cheap alien producers go to shoot galactic reality TV. So it's a kind of a comedy thing. I'd say it's a the alien version of Seth Rogen's The Studio, and for you older people, the Larry Sanders Show is where it takes some from. Mix that with Men in Black, except Hollywood Men in Black. So there you go. And then I like throwing in some Monty Python weirdness. So if that, it's kind of that tone. I'm going for more not the subdued funny, although Life the Restaurant or Life the Universe and Everything, right? Or Restaurant, Douglas Adams stuff. It kind of inspired me. I was like, I want to write this novella in that tone to see if I can do it. And so the novella existed first, and then I hooked up with Josh when I was looking to do a comic, and he liked that idea, and we here we are now. We've launched it on Monday.
Yeah.
But yeah, there we go. And wow.
Cheers to you, man. Well, yeah, that's great. Like I said, like when you came on the first time and we were talking about it, I mean, yeah, like I said, the concept is, I've always been one of those, like anything Area 51, I'm like, oh, I fall down those rabbit holes like crazy. I remember a long time ago, I even wrote a script called Area 51, which it had to do with a team of different kind of people with special skills to break into Area 51. And of course, they find some weird shit, not just alien shit, but like, oh, there's time travel technology. Oh, there's interdimensional kind of things and blah, blah, blah. So they end up, it was like kind of like an interesting, obviously I wrote it a long time ago. I remember like some of the things I put in there, I went, it doesn't even make sense. But I was in my, this was like 20 years ago when I wrote this script, but there's just always something mysterious and like cool about Area 51 that has always been kind of like, I don't know, just always been a thing where ever since I watched like the X-Files, and then of course like when it showed up in Independence Day, it was like just stuff like that where I'm going. And I played the video game Area 51. I remember anytime I went to the arcade game, I always played the video game, the arcade game that was Area 51, which was always fun. There's just something about that name that just when you see it, you go, ooh.
It is ripe for different takes.
Yeah.
And so this is my take on it. Josh and my take on it, I would say.
Yeah.
So I did want to do an experiment. Here. I mean, I know you have some live listeners, and I kind of had to figure out how to do this. I mean, we were going to do like a first extra level. We had this big, I don't know, a little argument over the first level, and he's like, I want it to be stickers, and I'm like, I get it. I mean, stickers are okay, but it's like not enough. If they funded us and then we're going to go for like 5, I want it to be a little cooler. Right. And so I wanted a poster, but it seemed like the stickers were the way to go. And they're really cool. Right. But, so then I think it was on another thing. I'm like, why don't we give away the stickers as an exclusive thing? So if somebody is listening here, and this is why it didn't work at first, it was like, well, only live, right? You'd have to sign in and buy a printed copy of either the book or the novella. I mean, the comic book or the novella. We also have the complete novella there, right? So if you like issue 1 and you don't want to wait for us to come out with issue 2, you can buy the novella. And so if you do that, and if you then write a comment on the board and put, just any comment, or just put hashtag vodka stream.
Okay.
All right, on the board, then we'll know to give you the stickers. All right. So that'll only be a printed thing. But what I'm saying is there is the $5 option of digital comic or novella. The $5 novella, I think, is a bargain. But I heard this comment from one of a comics guy who I really like. His name is Ryland Grant. He he's doing a book right now, which I just picked up, and I'm flailing on the name of it. but he's like, even it gets hard, right? You can't buy everybody's $20 book when you start really knowing a ton of people in the community, right? But if you just do $1 and it boosts up the algorithm. If you do $1 in a comment, it really helps to get the number of backers up. It moves it up in the algorithm. So even if you think like, oh, they're going to think I'm cheap, for just giving $1. No, we get another backer and someone else might see it that could lead to 3 or 4 other people backing it because of the higher profile, because of the algorithm, because you have 20 or 30 guys, 20 or 30 backers that gave you $1 in the first couple of weeks, and it moves you up higher. So, I mean, I'm going to start doing it a lot more. It was an excellent post by Ryland, and
it's a good idea.
I'm like, yeah, I gotta start doing this. Usually, I do that with people that I don't really know. I'm like, here's a couple bucks. I like the idea of this. I'll watch it, right?
Yeah.
But I think you can hit everybody with $1. So, I mean, if anybody does it, there's exclusive stickers. The only way you're going to be able to get them is to do a print thing, but you got to write a comment with hashtag vodka stream or film junkie. Whichever.
There you go. Okay, so hashtag vodka stream or hashtag film junkie, guys. You heard the man right there. So, and then you get some stickers, which stickers are fun. Stick them anywhere. Come on, stick them on your computer, your laptop, anywhere. I remember I for a minute there, I was like trying to design certain things, like when it came to the DC universe, and I even went the sticker route too. And I thought, oh, stickers are fun. And I have like my little mini fridge that I have like right over there. I have a bunch of them on the side right there. And I'm like, stickers can be fun for like something like that. Or like I said, you stick them on your laptop, on the back of your laptop. They're always. I
do a collage. While I'm saving up a collage in my office. I've got like an upper deck shelf with drawers, and I'm like, these are boring. So I've started to put stickers from wherever I can see one, wherever I can pick one up, from a microbrew or something. If it's usually they're 50 cents, $1, $2. So I'm like, hey, I can support this way, and now they're on my wall of infamy.
I like it. Wall of infamy. I love it. So we got Girl Scout joining in right now.
You really got to warn me. Come on. Like I was literally like surfing on another tab, and then all of a sudden it's like, you didn't play my drop. I didn't have any warning that I was coming in,
Nope. Not going to ever do that. I'm going to just like.
By the way, Ryland's book on Kickstarter is called The Breach.
Breach. No, what's the new one right now?
That's the one that he had as of May. Like that's the one that's going right now. I thought
there's something called like The Outsiders or something like that. I got The Breach. Yeah.
Okay, you got The Breach. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe it's something that his company is putting out, but it looks really good.
Well, his stuff looks good. So like you gave me another name. Like I needed another excuse to like go on Kickstarter. Because by the way, I checked it out. I joined Kickstarter 1 month before you did. So we've both been on there since 2013. So it's.
I know, because my friends were doing them. And at that point, I was just like, no, I refuse. It's going to be a lot of work, and it's going to be computery things, and I'm not going to be able to do it. And Josh, actually, the artist who did all the stuff on Area 51 Studios, I said, let's get together. Let's create a proposal, comic book proposal. I know some of the editors. Let's put those in. And we did. We created this like 10-page poster with his art. It looks really cool. He's a graphic designer, so it looked awesome. We sent it out. It was like dropping a stone down a 1,000-foot well. Like nothing happened, right? So he's like, Ernie, come on! I'm looking at the Kickstarter thing, and I think I can handle all of that back end stuff. And I go, oh, okay, you're going to do art and handle the Kickstarter now. when we got down to it, he's like, no, you got to do some stuff. You're gonna have to do the socials. You're gonna that's your thing. You've got to go and get stuff to put on the socials, and I maybe can put them here and there for you, but like you're gonna have to do the advertising because you know more people. And I'm like, all right, that's fair. So here I am now. Now I'm like the guest that won't go away. I mean,
no, we love you, man.
We love you. I mean, Dave and I still talked about after the stream how it was like, wow, he just kind of fit our vibe like instantly. That was weird.
I know. I was like, this is the first time you've had a guest on this
just yeah, with the other one, yeah.
On the other one, yeah. I mean, I know, right?
Baby. Right. It'll always be me.
It'll always be you, the first guest on the DC Fan-imated.
I was gonna go dirty there for Dave and just go, you always remember your first.
The words in broken.
Hey, we were gentle.
In the one that I said, no, don't do it.
No, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, DC Fan-imated, it's just usually just Scott and I just, talking about an episode from the animated world. And then, like I said, it was like, oh, that'd be good to have you on there. And then it was like, we had such a good time. And we're like, and then of course you want to promote your book. So perfect for the vodka stream as well. And obviously you poured yourself a drink too. So, it worked out.
Well, I knew that I couldn't come weak. And just
no. What kind of bourbon are you drinking? Are you drinking bourbon?
Energy. I'll do an energy drink and maybe cut it with water. So let's go.
Are you drinking bourbon though? Are you having like a little bit of bourbon?
I am.
Yes. What kind of bourbon you have?
Well, I knew you were going to ask, so I brought the bottle into my office.
Oh, good. Yes.
I believe this is the first time there's a bottle ever been in my office. I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but so this is a small batch. What do we call it when you make a faux Disney product or something that they, what do you call it? Like steal the whatever.
Like a rip.
You guys are both looking at me like I'm crazy.
Or...
A knockoff.
Okay.
So this is an unlicensed Notre Dame-ish product, and we have Lou Holtz's 100 victories, 100 proof bourbon.
Wow.
And with the Notre Dame play like a champion, I think they should have done drink like a champion, but
that would have been better, I think. Yeah.
But I do not believe that Notre Dame gets a slice of that or is putting it out in any way. But somebody made some, so I got it as a gift from somebody, and I was like, I don't know, it's like rando small batch vodka bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
But I tried it. I'm like, this is delicious. I mean, this is like book or no level, not the entry level book or no, like 3-4 up. And I'm going, wow.
Good stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Nice. No, yeah, we Scott and I like our bourbons. Yeah, we're a bourbon guys. I mean, you got your wood. Yeah,
I got my bottle right here, my Woodford Reserve.
Reserve.
Yeah, the benefits of having a sister that lives in Kentucky. So,
exactly. I was gonna just go regular old Maker's Mark, which is kind of a
standard. It's solid. I respect that. Yes,
but the problem was I bought it in the 1.75 liter, and I thought coming on the stream with this giant bottle.
No, right? That would have been game. We would respect the game.
Oh, yeah,
there's so little left, and it's like, oh, you're gonna run out. No, I'm not.
Way more than it looks. Yeah, I like a good bullet bourbon. I like a wild turkey. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty out there. My one of my good buddies, we anytime we hang out, it's usually like once a month. No matter what we do, we might go out and whatever the hell. And we hung out actually during the Memorial Day weekend. We always end up back at his house and we just listen to music till about 2:00 in the morning, sometimes later, just sipping on bourbon and just talking about music that we like. Hey, have you heard this song? Have you heard this song? So it's always just like one of those traditions that we have at least once a month to do. It's fun.
So tell me about the this is a live stream.
Yes.
Does it not get recorded? Is it just like
it
boom?
Does.
done.
Oh, it does. It does.
It gets recorded. I'll also I post the audios on a pod serving platform or whatever. So it goes out to Spotify, Apple.
It's called an RSS feed.
Whatever it is, I don't know what it is. Jeez, you're the
I can
podcast
see who
guy.
handles the tech stuff.
No.
He just knows the tech stuff. Because he's the one that's always done the podcasting.
I was a podcaster. I was a podcaster for 8 years. That's actually how we met. Was he did YouTube, I did a podcast.
Yeah.
And so anytime, so when he talks about the podcast world, I'm just like, just sit down. Go.
Well, that's the website I use. It's called PodServe, so that's why I said a pod.
Oh, it was because because it's your server. You know,
yeah,
okay,
it's the server that.
Okay, yeah. But you create an RSS feed that you didn't feed to podcatchers, and that's how
what it is.
That's how all that works. And of course, I'm talking like I did this. Tim, my co-host, did all that shit.
Yeah,
so,
he was the technical one for
he
sure.
was the technical. I just ran my mouth. That was my job. So.
But you know, yeah, when it comes to the Friday stream, like, yeah, it's usually just we're drinking, shooting the shit, and we're gonna bring on some couple other people here. We got Chris and Phil who are gonna be joining as well. So hey, say hi to Ernie, guys.
Hey,
Absolutely.
how's it going?
Yeah,
How you doing?
yeah.
Oh, same as ever. Actually, I take that back. I'm actually fibbing a little bit. I'm actually really enjoying the Nintendo Switch too. So.
Oh, is that what you're? Oh, you got that today?
Yeah, but I'm turning it off right now because I don't want
Yeah.
that to distract from anything. But
yeah. How's it going, Chris?
Doing well.
Yeah.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. Of course, we're talking to Ernie here. And obviously, you know, we talked to him 2 weeks ago. But, hey, I mean, I don't think we even touched everything that we wanted to.
We touched
most of it.
We touched most. I mean,
That sounded very weird. We touched most of it.
We touched most of it, yes. Yeah.
And you asked permission, too. So
I know, we did.
Most of Ernie.
Yeah.
I had to go into therapy.
Yeah,
Right?
well, I'm sorry. There was informed consent. I'm just gonna say, you know,
I had to sign something before I came on.
Yeah.
Hey, what my burning question though, in addition to my urinary tract, is Dave and Scott both Batman shirts on this day that you were talking a lot about Superman.
Yeah.
That and the other thing. Is this a little protest? What am I
No,
seeing here?
I honestly, this was
I just wore festive shirts. Yeah.
This was literally when I took off my work clothes today and took a shower. This was literally actually the shirt next to my. Anytime I wear shirts for the stream, because I only wear them like for the 45 minutes that they're on the stream, I'm not going to throw a shirt back in the laundry. So they just go in a nice, neat pile next to my bed. So this was the next shirt in the rotation that I just grabbed off the floor and threw on.
Shirt up.
And and it's actually a shirt that Dave designed. It's his Got Ham.
I actually made that little shirt because you can't really see.
No, you can't.
Like, because it says Got Ham. But which is like Gotham, but I put the G and then you got the Batman logo, you got the T, and then you got the Ha from the Joker. And you can't really see that that's actually Catwoman's face like in there. And then of course you got the Riddler.
I think you got to reprint with whatever like a little better colors. So we can see.
I think it's just he's got the his lighting and stuff, and then like the shirt that I have the white version, the white T-shirt, so you actually see everything.
And I can't wear white T-shirts because I stain white T-shirts. It's like the neck, the neckline, the armpits. It's an issue. It's just
Are you a sweater?
I step outside and when I sweat as soon as I step outside.
Well, you live in Alabama.
I do live in Alabama.
Full on sweat.
No, but there's no I just put this on because I haven't worn my Batman animated shirt in a while, and I saw it in my closet. I'm like, you know what? This is a good night to wear it. And there's no protest when it comes to Superman and stuff like that. I know there's a lot of Superman news that happened this week, and definitely we want to talk a little bit about that. But before we do that, I wanted to invite, of course, Phil and Chris on to maybe even talk a little bit more about the animated world that you were very much involved with. A lot of people really dug the clip. talking about the Green Lantern
Broke
animated.
my heart.
series.
Broke my darn
see?
heart.
You broke my heart, Fredo.
I'm
You broke
waiting.
my
I'm
heart.
waiting. I'm waiting for some blowback on that, but we'll see.
Well,
So
you
far-
tagged Jim when you quote tweeted it. I was really curious what Jim was going to have to say about that.
Jim Krieg.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I only
Jim
ask
Krieg.
because everyone here outside of Ernie probably doesn't know I'm not on Twitter. I left it about
Yeah.
2 years ago. So
Yeah.
yeah.
He talked about it. He even talked about how he responded to the stream tonight too, which was fun.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So he said that he said that you're more of a beer man. You're like, nah, we're gonna be bourbon tonight, of course. So
Yeah.
Jim
I mean,
seems
I
like-
am. Beer is the regular go-to, stuff for meals and such. But
Yeah.
I thought special occasion, man.
Yeah, this is a special occasion.
Hey,
for sure.
Ernie, update. You just cracked $2,000 on the Kickstarter.
Whoa, we got it, guys! Woo!
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, 43 backers. We're up to $2,001
No,
out of
refresh.
from your
2006.
$3,500 goal. So
Oh man! All right. Well,
Let's do
geez,
it.
that's
it's like this is like the Jerry Lee Lewis Terror.
I
This is
know.
like the Jerry Lewis Terror-thon. We got to
Let's put it on the big board, everyone. Big board.
Have
I
the
know,
big
right?
board.
No, we need some celebrate. I know. We need to have like fireworks or something like that, or confetti.
I need to do. I need to activate that thing on my webcam that causes the balloons to keep
Yeah,
on popping.
oddly enough,
No.
the offer for exclusive stickers has not done anything yet.
That's true. We haven't
It
seen
has
any
not
of the
done
hashtags.
anything yet. But maybe those we'll take dollar donations. Wait, I want to QVC this shit. Just get on there.
No
right
amount is
now.
too small.
Get on there right
Yeah.
now. You can change my world. No.
I
Dollar
did.
donations and give me a quote. Give me a little whatever comment on the Area 51 Studios board. Heck, whatever. Social boost, very welcome. Just do a comment. Just do a
Yeah.
comment.
I'd
That's all
explain
I'm
this to
asking.
Dave. That guys, remember this is Kickstarter, and Dave,
Yeah.
I love the way you kind of kick backer because you're on Kickstarter as a backer. So
Yeah.
you're it's fair. It's fair.
I know it is fair. Yeah.
I'll defend you I will defend you this time. You get the one. This
I
is
get
your
one
week.
every
Ju-
6
ju-
months.
Just like Spider-Man says, everyone gets one.
You
Yeah.
get one. But I want to make sure that the people who are listening and watching understand is that I know there's some confusion between GoFundMe and Indiegogo. Guys, if the Kickstarter, if the project does not make its goal by the time that it ends, Ernie gets nothing. It's not like he gets whatever money's been pledged. With Kickstarter, you make your goal or it's nothing. That's why it's so important to jump on it when you get a chance. And you don't get charged for the Kickstarter until after the project ends and it meets its goal and it closes. That's when you get charged. So you can pledge right now and you still have 24 days before the Kickstarter the project ends, and then you will be charged. So it's kind of like you got a month here to kind of pledge and not have to worry about it. But your pledge is important because if he and Josh don't make the $3,500 minimum, the project does not go forward. I think it's, if you're not familiar with Kickstarter, it's
how
one of
it
these.
works.
This is how it works. It's all or nothing.
Mhm.
There's not like he gets a little bit. It's like, no, he actually had to get his goal or go over the goal, and it stay there when the project shuts down or nothing happens. So that's why it's so important on Kickstarter to support these creators, because I've been part of projects that didn't happen because they didn't make the goal at the end.
Well,
So-
especially too when the important also thing is going over the goal, because you have sometimes that when they charge the cards are bad, something goes wrong, and you don't get that money. So the more you go over the goal, the safety net is greater when those things
True.
do happen.
It's a good
And
point.
we're not we figured it out pretty close. I'm sure I'm sure if we would just get the 35 and say no one backed out, so it would be like a go deal, we make nothing. It is flat because there's also a novella in there. So we're printing a book.
Yeah,
You know?
not just a comic book, but a book. Yeah,
It's a
Right.
short book, but it's still 170 pages. It's got 20 great black and white illustrations exclusive to the novella that are going to be full pages. So every 6 or 8 pages, you get a picture, and a lot of them are about the action that you're reading about. You know, so I thought that was really cool.
yeah.
But yeah, that is what the most of that is. If we could come out, and we're gonna lower the ask, I think, for 2 and 3 and 4, for the 4 issues, because I think we can do it at that point for less after we find out what the printing costs are on most of this stuff. We know what the comic is. We do not really totally know what the novella is. So and postage for the comic, we went with the bare bones $5, which still seems like a lot to me, but that's why we're trying to jam in some exclusive stickers.
Oh, Ernie, you have no idea how much. You have no idea what postage can cost.
If we lose 50 cents or $1 on each postage, it gets worse, but not a lot worse. We want to be at the end a graphic novel of about 110 pages with about 20 to 30 bonus pages. That would be like the goal of that by the end of 2026. So it'd be 4 issues and then one to gather everything as a trade or graphic novel, however. Yeah.
Well, your Kickstarter reward tiers are actually quite reasonable based on Kickstarters that comic book Kickstarters that I have participated in the past. So I'm telling you, people, these guys have figured out some stuff, and they're not. Yeah, it's more expensive than like going to your local comic book shop and getting a comic book, but you're not just buying the comic book, you're actually investing to make it happen in the first place. And by the way, I have backed the tier that I'm going to be drawing into the comic. So if you want to have a piece of history here of me illustrated in Area 51, it's going to happen because that's one of the tier, and there's still one of those left. There were 3 slots available for be drawn into the comic. 2 of them have been taken, and there's 1 slot available. And I had to do some DMing with Ernie. And if you go for that tier, not only do you get drawn the comic, you get everything. You get the novella, you get the comic book, you get all the variants. It's like it's there. So it's like
you get all the printed stuff and all the digital stuff, which has like the DRM. There's you get all the drawings and whatever, and you'll get a bunch of I guess the character designs and stuff like that Josh had done previously.
And by the way, you got another backer. Also, we're at 2071 right now. So
whoa.
Yeah. Hey, look at what's happening on the vodka stream tonight.
Making dreams come true,
This
right?
cannot be. This cannot be.
Yes.
It's amazing what booze can do for your soul.
That's right. Booze and discussion.
Wow.
Love it. So we're at 2071 right now. So
dude, I'm showing up next week again.
Every week until it happens.
Now
I'm going to be in the waiting room. Hey, let me in. And then I'll be doing comments. I'm doing comments, with whatever. I'll team up with that whatever annoying guy that you don't look at the comments. All right.
It's great. Good job, everybody. We love this. So yeah, we'll keep on updating anytime that there's a new backer. I'm refreshing the page like every 5 minutes just to check it out. And
damn,
you guys, we're doing good. We're doing good, Ernie. We're loving this.
You're doing God's work. Well, what I think, I supported it. I mean, when did we join? 2013 or something?
2013, because I was February and you were March of 2013. Yes.
Yeah, I think you planned this all. But what I figure when I was donating to the various projects over the years is you're supporting an indie. So yes, you're paying $18 or a comic to be sent to you. Yes, you can do better in the comic book store, but this thing would never exist. I look at the projects where where I'm interested, and so there's some of the weirder ones, right? That are just never going to get. You're never going to see a DC badge or a Marvel banner on these, right? So why not support it and get it out there? And that's when you get, what lies beneath the trees or something.
Oh, that's a great story. Oh my gosh, that was so cool.
Or your Walking Dead, right? I mean, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
You guys been trying to get that? It's like, no, stupid. Okay, who's stupid now?
Well, and then also it's been fun because there are certain creators that like I just become like as soon as they launch a project, I back it. And one of them was actually an indie label named Comics Tribe that now they've been on Kickstarter long enough. They've got enough of a following that now their books have gotten into Diamond, and now you can still get them on Kickstarter, but they used Kickstarter to kind of grow their brand, and now they get their books into comic book stores. And I think that's cool. Such awesome. And actually, one of the issues I was drawn into actually got distributed to like my local comic book store. Like I actually had a copy of it that I could pick up, and I was able to flip to it and go, there I am as a murderous clown. There you go. There I am.
Scott had many goals in this life, and that was one of them.
That was one of them. I wanted to be a murderous clown in Glasgow, Scotland, and I did it. And so you know what? We're good.
You didn't have to leave the house.
Hold on. Now I'm hurt. So you've just been getting drawn in everywhere, haven't you?
You know what? For a price, I will whore myself out like no one's business, You know
what's funny about that is his old co-host Tim would do stuff like that for free. Like I did just a short story about a Batman and Robin facing off against Joker and Harley, and like I had a helicopter pilot filling up the tank, and he was modeled after Tim, Scott's co-host.
So see, I'm paying you for the privilege, so that's why you should be honored, Ernie. I'm giving you money to put me in your comic, so you know it's okay. It's a quid pro quo.
I mean, look, as far as talking a little bit about Kickstarters, I was worried. At the end of day one, I think we had like $1,200, or wait a second, no, we ended up about day 2 or 3, $1,250, and $750 of it was 3 drawn ins. Like one of them actually is a family member, and I moved them out, so I still have 1 slot left. But I'm like, that's too much to like on a kind of gimmicky thing. Not everybody. That we need more Scots in the world, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I would agree with you, and there's the world would be a better place. But you know what? There's
definitely been more interesting in a better way than it is now.
Definitely.
I am interesting. That is very true, Chris. Chris does a lot of Kickstarters too. We actually share Kickstarters that we find, yes. And we've Chris and I have even like helped each other out by like switching tiers when we change our minds, and we're like, oh, I wanted the bigger one. I got the big one.
The Spawn one. That was very close.
Spawn one was amazing. Yeah. We actually timed a swap where he dropped it so that I could pick it up and not lose it. It was like one of those limited ones, and we did like a 3-card Monty so that I could grab it from him because he changed his mind. It's Balga and I we're Kickstarter buddies to the core.
That's cute.
Adorable.
Yeah.
We are adorable, aren't we, Chris?
Yeah.
I'd like to think so.
No, it's great. But when it comes to Kickstarters, I've been kind of new to the game. Like I wish I joined it a lot sooner, but I've seen stuff, and I've supported things, but I just never was really like big on the whole thing. But at the same time, I like promoting it. I was like, hey, original stuff. Hey, let's get this thing going. Sure. But I was a little late on the game, but
Yeah, I had to explain to him, you don't have to wait till payday, Dave.
Yeah, I know. Well, I think I knew that, but Wednesday I was on like very little sleep, and yeah, I was a kind of a zombie. I don't even. Wednesday was like a weird.
You were bad off on Wednesday.
Yeah, but we still had a good discussion of Batman Beyond, of course, but yeah, Wednesday was a blur. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, that was a weird day for me. When you just like can't, when you just, don't you hate it when you fall asleep and then you wake up a half hour later, like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden you just can't get back to sleep for like another 3 hours. It's like, what the hell? And then of course, what do? You grab your phone. That's never the right solution.
That's the wrong thing to do.
That is a wrong thing to do. Yes. Grab a book.
Sorry, going off the topic of me, which I know this is stupid, but I was
this is about you, Ernie.
Yeah, I got to keep going. What are we on? We need 2,100.
Dave, go to the big board. Where are we at?
QVC this shit, man. Let's go, right? But I was so happy, Dave, that you liked the Ballerina.
Oh yeah, definitely did.
This is a strong recommendation. Last night I did some homework. I did watch The Accountant 2. So
nice.
Because it's streaming on Amazon Prime Video now. So
I know what else I'm doing this weekend then.
Yeah, it's on there. The new Predator animated movie.
I still need to watch the Predator movie.
I gotta watch that this weekend as well. No, but the Ballerina, Scott also saw it as well. I don't know if anybody else here saw it. Chris and Phil, I don't think you guys saw it.
The attempt was made. It was not successful. It'll be seen within the week.
I have been playing my Switch too, so no.
Yeah.
I got to see it Wednesday night. We even pushed Fan-imated half an hour because I got out of the movie and then I got a honeydew list to go by the grocery store. And so I was just like, I was walking to the car from the movie going, let's push 30 minutes. Heather wants me to go to the grocery store.
No, it worked out.
No, I really enjoyed Ballerina. It was one that I enjoyed enough that I wrote like a full-fledged, like I didn't just write like a sentence or two. I wrote like a full 3-paragraph review on my Letterboxd account. So I was like, I have thoughts and I'm going to share them because I love the John Wick movies so much. And Ballerina stands up there and it fits in really well. And I was very pleased.
Yeah. Ana de Armas held her own. I'll even say without giving away even too much, but I'm just saying like how they utilized John Wick in it. I think it was a good amount. It was a good amount because, some people are like, hey, is he there too much? Does he steal the show? I mean, obviously they're marketing a lot heavily with him. It would have been kind of nice if they just left that a surprise, but you can't do that these days. But I thought how they utilized him, he does not, like when he shows up, it's cool. And then, but it's very much her story. It's not, he doesn't take away from her story. It's not overdone where it's like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? No, it's actually how he's utilized. I'm like, okay, good. It's actually, I think, a really good amount of how much screen time he actually has. It's not a lot, not too little either. So,
and it's also really nice to see. I got really confused for a second. Like, okay, how long ago did they film this movie that Lance Reddick was still alive to be able to be, the concierge and
the Continental,
yeah, and then Ian McShane and Angelica Houston are all in the movie, and it was really nice to see how much screen time they even got in the film, because that's what I love about the movie is that it fits in the world. It expands on what was introduced in the John Wick films while also introducing even new mythology into the world. And I think that's what I've loved about the films is that with each subsequent film, they've just made the world bigger and deeper. And this film continues that tradition of, oh, here's that thing you just kind of saw for like 5 minutes in this one movie. We're going to like explain it now. Plus, we're going to add something that you never even knew existed in the world.
It's funny you mentioned that, Scott. I don't mean to cut you off, but like,
no, go ahead.
There's a big spread from Hollywood Reporter where Chad Stahelski was interviewed about this very movie and subsequently everything encompassing the John Wick stuff. Literally everything you're talking about is what he aims to do with every subsequent spinoff not incarnation. Every chapter that he does with John Wick and every other spinoff or any other movie or any other project tied to it, they want to make a standalone story, but also have it fit within that universe, but also open up the universe and expand on things that you'd seen in, 1, 2, 3, 4, now Ballerina, and obviously the Kane spinoff. So, it doesn't surprise me one bit that they did that. That's actually really cool.
But it's not just that they did it, but it's that they did it well. Like that's the part. And also for anybody who hasn't seen it, it came out a couple of weeks ago, digital only, but spend yourself some $10 and get that Wick is Pain documentary.
I watch that documentary. Yeah.
It's about, I can't remember if it's like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It is in the greatest sense of the word, those making of documentaries that used to be special features on DVD, the thing that would be like on the bonus feature disc that would come. Like, I haven't seen a documentary like this since like the Blade Runner 20th anniversary with the final cut, or something like like what we used to get with like the appendices for the Lord of the Rings. Like it's such a well done, and everyone's there, all the behind the scenes people. They have all this behind the scenes footage that clearly they intended at some point to make a making of documentary, because there is all of this like home video, like high quality home video behind the scenes footage from the making of the first movie. If you're a John Wick fan, definitely check out Wick is Pain. It's really well done, especially if you love those old school making of documentaries.
Interesting.
So is this supposed to be Keanu Reeves pre-wife, or is it after?
No, it is during chapter 3.
So
Ballerina happens during the events of chapter 3.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And there's one scene that clearly says we're in chapter 3.
Oh, okay.
John Wick.
In John Wick chapter 3.
Yeah.
That's the first time you see him. And then the third act, I have a theory. It's not clean, but at least it's a great headcanon of when it happens. But in my mind, the entirety of the modern day story of Ballerina exists during John Wick chapter 3. So that's where it fits.
Yeah. And they established that with that first layout. They do a good job of connecting the tissue, I thought, and just how they establish her character and how they establish the antagonist too. Where again, it's a whole other thing which expands the world. You go, oh, there's now these guys,
right? Which was very nice to see Gabriel Byrne in a movie.
Yeah,
again. It's been
what the hell, dude? I had
season.
no idea he was in this movie. I'm going, what are we talking about? This is Satan from End of Days. Anybody?
I was there. And of course, I forgot his character's name in The Usual Suspects.
Yes.
But
yeah.
Isn't Norman Reedus in this movie too?
He is in this movie. Yes.
That's right.
Yeah. He doesn't. I will say, not in it as much as I would have hoped.
Okay.
Like, he's one that I was like, I was hoping and expecting him to be in this movie more than he is. I mean, I think that's fair to say without, any kind of spoilers or anything. But, he gets his moments. But I thought it's Norman Reedus, so I thought he'd be a bigger part of the movie, which he's not.
I mean, I'm doing a rewatch of The Walking Dead, and I remembered from marketing that he's in this movie. And I think even in that article I mentioned about Stahelski's interview, he mentioned like the people they bring in for the John Wick stuff are fans in the industry. Like, hey, I really liked, John Wick 1, 2, or whatever. And he'd be like, oh, cool. You want to be in one of the movies? And that's how Norman Reedus apparently ended up in Ballerina.
Well, and they talk about that in Wicked's Pain because they talked about once they got, once they got over the hurdle of making the first one, and then they got the second one, then it became like people were like asking to be in the movies, kind of.
Well,
deal.
then we got to get Jeffrey Dean Morgan in there.
Yes.
Dude,
Right?
Yes.
I love that idea. Yeah.
Yes.
And so I figure they're going to do. I mean, this one obviously we see the ballerinas and the Russians. I mean, this is me guessing. So we could get like the homeless, the New York City gritty, hitters.
Oh, yeah, the Bowery. Yes.
Yeah.
So here's my pitch for a movie.
There we go.
Okay.
It is John Leguizamo, who was a hitter, but he's got the plastic leg now, and that's how he got the Body Shop. But it would be the story of how he had to give it up, and somehow he is kind of a neutral territory, like whatever. He's like a Casablanca car repair shop. I mean, I guess he was under the Russian mob control there, right? But
no, because he was kind of his own thing, because there's that great scene in the first movie, which was I heard you struck my son. Yes, sir, I did. Why did you do that? Because he stole John Wick's car and killed his dog. Oh,
I see. Right.
I'm going to strike him down too.
Yeah, and I love it. Like when the son shows up with the car, and he immediately goes, "Where'd you get this car?" Like he knew where that car came from. He knew exactly whose car that was. And man, that scene, really good scene in the first one with Leguizamo. Yeah,
that's
a good idea.
Yeah,
that's a great.
I don't know if we've seen it yet, but like maybe Leguizamo, he doesn't do it with a gun. He's like a poisoner or something like that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. He did something, or nobody likes the poisoner because now you can't go and enjoy an In-N-Out burger, right? It's like, but no, you retire. We're giving you this business.
No, I like that. No, it's kind of, I wonder how many projects are on the table when it comes to this universe. Obviously they talked about a John Wick 5, which is like, okay, we'll see how they do that and bring him back. I know they're doing the John Wick anime prequel. We're going to finally see that night that they talked about in the first movie, that he took on a bunch of dudes, right? I forgot what they called that. I mean, it was specifically talked about in the first movie about a night where
Baba Yaga.
There you go. That
he killed until there was nothing left to kill. We gave him a task so impossible, and that is the basis for our thing. Yeah,
that's it.
We're gonna finally find out he killed the dog, right?
Yeah. So we're finally gonna see that in an anime prequel, which is cool. And then of course we get the Kane spinoff, which of course, yes, we want. That character is badass.
That character was so badass in chapter 4.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he's good. So they did actually reveal that they said Keanu Reeves will not show up in that one. And I'm going,
that's fair.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're doing these spinoffs, I mean, obviously, like I said, where Ballerina fits in the timeline of this, it worked. Like when you first see him, it works. Obviously when he comes later, it works too. But then maybe you kind of go, well, where does this actually fit? But like you said, Scott, it was like, yeah. I mean, especially when you see him in that first scene. I mean, that's literally you go, oh, this is somewhere right in 3. Because then they show something and you go, oh, yeah, we know exactly where this is at. So they did a good job with that.
I'm also, speaking about just Stahelski, it was also great that on the red carpet for Ballerina, he confirmed that they're finally starting filming of the Highlander reboot in September. And I'm just like, yes.
There could only be one with
Henry
Cavill.
Yeah, with Henry Cavill, yes. I'm so ready for this.
I must have watched The Highlander in college. That and Aliens were the 2 films that were down always in the room if you want to take a break from studying, and it would probably be there. and over 100 times a piece. I can quote a lot of.
Oh, I'm there
like
with you, Ernie.
speeches, Kurgan's
Oh,
speech. You want to go? You want to go?
I don't know. I've been having some
Speak
bourbon.
up.
I just always love the. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
All right. How about this? I'll go a little bit before that.
Okay.
Oh wait. Oh, I see. Wait. I killed that effete snob and raped his woman before her blood was cold. I see. She wasn't his woman. She was yours. She never told you. I wonder why. Maybe secretly she yearned for me. Holy ground, Highlander.
Man, there's so much to play with right there. I'm wondering how much. Like, is Christopher Lambert gonna have a cameo in the new one? Do you think he's gonna show up?
Yes. Yeah. No, they have to give him some sort of godfather of the people, and he was around as a Neanderthal.
They have to, right? Yeah.
Throw some makeup on him. Yes.
Yeah.
Gotta be a different character.
Yeah, I know Cavill's going to handle his own, which is great. But yeah, I was just like always. I was like, is Lambert's got to show up in it somewhere? I'm hoping. So
I'll be very curious. And I remember reading in an interview where Stahelski said that they were still going to incorporate the original Queen soundtrack into this reboot in some way, and I'm just like, that will be interesting. And I'm ready for it. I love that soundtrack so much. It's such a great Queen album.
That's going to be interesting. No, I love that. No, that's good. So yeah, you got to incorporate that. But yeah, they had a TV series too, right?
The TV series was fantastic. And actually, Stahelski has said their movie is going to incorporate elements of the mythology that was introduced in the television series.
Okay.
So this reboot film is going to blend the TV mythology and the movie mythology into one, like from the beginning, instead of the TV show kind of tacking on afterwards. So in my mind, that probably means we're going to see Watchers, which was a concept that was only introduced in like the third season of the show. Was when they brought in the Watchers. I think that might be something that they'll bring in. But there's actually a lot of Highlander mythology that I think about that when I go back and rewatch the TV show, it actually came from the TV show.
Yeah, well, they have a lot more to work with.
Well, they had 6 years.
Over 100 episodes.
I was just looking at that. I was like, that ran for a bit. Yeah. Adrian Paul. That's
Adrian Paul was Duncan
MacLeod.
Duncan MacLeod, yes.
A cousin of Connor.
Yeah. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. No, I like that. I like the fact that you're not going to hold back. It's not going to just be like, oh, we're just remaking it. We're going to start from scratch. Sounds like they're actually going to be like, no, we're just going to kind of continue on with the whole like world of it, which is good. You know, because
you could go around to the other side, get like, you know, the Asian Highlanders or the African Highlanders. Cool.
Yeah, well, that was a fun thing they actually did in the show, because they used that to explain how Duncan ended up with a katana, because we know Connor got his from katana from Ramirez, but Duncan had to come by his on his own, because I remember the big thing about Highlander was that they had a new sword master starting in season 3. So you watch the first 2 seasons and the fight choreography is a little rough. But the very first episode of season 3 explains how Duncan gets his katana. And that's the beginning of their new sword master. And the sword fights in that show, like, exponentially improved starting from season 3 onward.
Oh, yeah. And then Droger right here. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yes. He said, highly recommend the anime Highlanders, Search for Vengeance.
Yes. Oh, can I
think I remember hearing about that, but I was like, yeah,
hold on. Let me see.
When did that come out?
Do this? Let me see.
I was wondering when that came out because there's, like I said,
That was in that. Okay, I was already in. That was somewhere in the late 2000s. So that was late 2000s because I was already in my first house after 2005. So I remember picking it up at a Best Buy. That was
what you picked up something at a Best Buy. Remember those days?
I know where they had physical media.
Jesus.
That was those were good
That was
times.
good times. That was my Friday nights sometimes.
Yeah, 2007. 2007
Wow.
was when that anime came out.
Okay.
So,
Wow.
There's a lot there. There's a lot there with this. Hopefully they could do something that's pretty good. I mean, you got someone like Cavill who we already know that he could wield the sword.
yeah, because his Witcher choreography was so good.
Yeah, so he's got the look, he's got the everything when it comes to that. So, but another thing came out it was yesterday, and Ernie, you talked about how you had Highlander and you also had Aliens. Did you see the trailer for Alien Earth for FX? Did you see that?
I did.
Yes.
I did. I'm psyched for it. I'm psyched. I think I saw the. Did I see a longer trailer before? There's a little teaser where the ship's going down toward the Earth, and then it says Alien Earth. But I thought I saw a longer one.
There's a long one that showed up yesterday, where it actually establishes the characters. So they actually have a character like a younger child who is dying. She's like, bald. She's obviously dying of some kind of cancer or something like that. And then they're going to transfer her, I guess you could say her brain, or basically upload her into a synthetic. And then that's going to end up being, I guess she's got basically the main character of Alien Earth. And then, of course, what I really love is the fact that, okay, so the story of whatever's happening, and I think it's 2120, which is supposed to fit, I don't know exactly where in the timeline, but I love the fact that they have like the old aesthetic of the first Alien movie. You have the room with the blinking lights, the beige room, and you got the did we lose Ernie? We lost Ernie. Well, we'll get him back. But what I loved about is that old aesthetic and the fact that there was like a new story, like, this new story, whatever it is, and new creatures. If you saw the trailer, like they're showing like, oh yeah, there's like 4 species of something that's on the ship. So I thought that was cool. Well, welcome
back.
Oh, damn it! I lost my central position in the Brady Bunch boxing.
Okay, I'll put you back. See, I put everybody back where they were.
Yeah.
See how I can do that? See, we're back to normal now.
Sorry, man.
Okay.
I was looking at the thing, right, and I hit the wrong button.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, Ernie, how dare you? How dare you?
Perhaps too large of a tot of bourbon.
Yeah, it could be that too. That does happen sometimes on here.
Fine motor skills going down.
No, but I was just saying, like with Alien Earth, I just like the fact that they're using that old aesthetic of like of the first Alien, and then of course it's just intriguing because the ship that's crashing, it has apparently like 4 species of that aren't human on it. Obviously, one of them is going to be what we know, but then there's some other things that they showed. And I went, oh shit. Pretty interesting. I'm like, okay. And, and this is the same week that we get an interview with Ridley Scott basically going, yeah, I'm done with it. They're doing shit. I'm not going to be playing in that sandbox anymore, which I was like, oh, okay. We're not going to get that third Prometheus movie, which I was hoping to try to get, but maybe they'll do something with it with either this or something when it comes to a future movie, because I think a lot of us here appreciate Prometheus.
Well, I appreciated how Romulus incorporated Prometheus into its plot. So I feel like what's happened now is that Ridley Scott can kind of step away because what he was trying to do with Prometheus, these other filmmakers respected enough that they're going to continue those threads.
Yes. The cool thing is about Alien Earth is like, since it's so removed from that, it doesn't necessarily have to contradict anything that happens in Prometheus either, because it's taking more cues from the original movie. And also, you mentioned Romulus, Scott. Fede Alvarez just came out and said that he's actually gearing up. They're in pre-production for the next film, and
I did see that.
Yeah,
starting to shoot it
fall.
soon. Yeah,
Fall.
I'm excited. I thought Romulus was dope. I think Romulus just kind of, in a way, makes Prometheus and to an extent Covenant much more digestible because of the way it handles certain things.
Yeah. When I rewatched, it's funny because, Covenant's kind of like that one where you could kind of tell where they probably told Ridley Scott, like, hey, we got to call it Alien. You got to have some more xenomorphs in here. They probably like told him like, hey, people like when it came to Prometheus, we see what you're trying to do, but we need to get back to, what. But when you watch it, it's like it's the goriest fucking movie of the entire franchise. Like that movie is just like, I forgot how gory that goddamn movie is. And I'm like, yeah, this is probably the goriest one of the entire franchise. Romulus, Fede Alvarez, he did, he did it. He did wonders when it came to it. I mean, it's up there, but yeah, I would say that still Covenant is still has the trophy of most gory.
If Covenant is the most goriest, bloodiest of them all, I would argue, or rather, I would just posit that probably Romulus is the spookiest one since the first one.
Oh, no, I will completely agree, because I remember seeing Romulus, because the first one is a horror movie.
100%.
Oh, totally.
Yes.
I mean, Ridley Scott made a horror movie, where the ship is the house. Like
right.
That's what he did.
Halloween in space.
Yes. The Romulus comes close because I saw that puppy in IMAX, and I remember like at one point touching my fingers and going, okay, my heart's go like it. It takes a lot for me to be watching a movie for me to go, okay.
Feeling your pulse.
I'm feeling my pulse here, and I'm kind of watching the activity rings on my watch, like, because all it's measuring is my heart rate. And so it's like, oh, my rings are moving because my heart rate's going right now. And so I would completely back you up on that, Phil. I think that's a very astute observation of that franchise.
Because I mean, like that scene of the main trio, well, Andy and Rain, like they're going through the Romulus ship, and they have to keep their heartbeat steady, because if they even like flinch, if their temperature raises at all, they will literally have a horde of facehuggers chasing after them.
God damn.
And that is like one of the most tense sequences in any of the films of the franchise overall. Like that, like, well,
and
I always like to say,
go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, just Fede Alvarez understood the assignment and then took it a step further and gave extra credit. It was so well done.
And you finally get to see what the company was always trying to do, because you always heard, I mean, you saw it a little bit in Resurrection, but that movie has other issues necessarily. But like this was the first kind of true look at, like, this is what they wanted to do if they got a hold of it and bioengineer the weapon that they wanted. So
And
we
that
finally got to see the
turn-
beginnings.
That in turn reinforces the experimentation that David was doing in Covenant,
Yes.
which, again, as I mentioned, like it makes those films feel a little bit more digestible. Because when I walked out of Covenant, I was like a little frustrated. Like, you don't make a movie that doesn't hardly answer any questions, but ask more questions. So then you get to Romulus, and it's like, oh no, the Weyland-Yutani company just wants these things just to experiment on. It's like, oh, well, if that's what David's prerogative was, that makes so much more sense. So it all just kind of blends together for me much better now.
No, I think what Fede Alvarez did was like, he had a good balance of, he knew, like you said, he definitely understood the assignment, and then just did. I mean, that scene where when the gravity drives just, stop working, and then all the acid blood is just flying around, so they have to maneuver through that. I was like, Jesus Christ, how'd you come up with that shit? That's just like, it's like, wait, they have acid for blood? Imagine if the gravity drives stop fucking working while there's a bunch of blood all over, alien, like xenomorph blood all over the place. And I'm like, fucking brilliant. And that's an intense scene right there. Jesus. I'm taking you saw Romulus, Ernie, right? And what'd you think about Romulus? Really?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen
What?
it?
Well, there
Oh.
we go. Sorry, we ruined it for you.
I know. We
Yeah.
just
Wow.
started talking about all kinds of scenes.
You know what? Now you guys make me want to see it.
Yes,
I had a couple.
see it.
I had a couple of really good friends go, no, it's going to ruin it for you. And
No
I
way.
was thinking, you know,
Oh shit!
No.
really? And then there was more stuff, and it kind of went away on my feed, and I forgot about it.
Oh,
Now I'm like, I gotta see that one before Earth comes out. You know,
Yeah.
so
Recommend
Yeah.
Either
Yeah.
I gotta catch up. Yeah, no, God, you got me. You got me. I was
yeah,
just trying
gotcha on that one.
fly
huh,
on a
man?
wall for this part of it. Like,
At least we didn't
brought
talk
up
about
Alien.
how it all wraps up.
Yeah,
That's
we didn't
pretty-
talk about the end.
No,
of it.
like
Yeah.
if
We talked
anything, we
about
just
certain scenes.
it's like we did the really cryptic, like we cryptically sold it on you. It's like
Yeah.
now you know there's cool stuff to look forward to in this movie. So yeah, it's great. You know, it's
Yeah.
you know, I'm kind of curious, like because you've talked about some of the influences on Area 51 Studios, like because your comic is so light and funny, do you have an idea to deal with like the concept of like the big scary aliens? Like, is that something you guys played with in the story, or you want to play with in the next 3 issues?
I mean,
Okay.
God, I don't want to give this away. But it's just so good. I mean, we're inventing alien species, and most of ours are, yes, they're big and scary, but it's more like, you know, I mean, it's Bane and Harley. It's like, oh, I've read my posture maker, you know, big, you know, teddy bear types, right? But they do talk, when they do talk about stuff like that, it is like more Douglas Adams, where it was like, and it was a shame because when he burped, a galaxy died, you know. So there is stuff like that too, but it's going to be kind of mostly non-bloody. But Josh has these drawings. He has random drawings for characters that he sells at Comic Cons that he goes. And there's different kind of stickers for amphibians, which it's like we're going to do a comic on that because they were so good. That was one of the things that drew me to them. I'm like, this is a show, you know. Like you got to make some sort of, we got to knit a history through this. But so he had a thing with the Predator, but it was holding it was in more of a chef's talk, and he's holding a loaf of bread, and he's like, no, it's the Predator. and I just thought, like, that's a character in like book 2 or 3, just even a side thing of where it's like, look out, it's a predator. And he goes, oh, I can't believe you. You're so racist. There's like 1% of us, 1% of us that are predators, and we think they are all crazy. I am trying to spread flaky goodness around the galaxy, and you, sir, are not helping. You know,
That's the silent killer, though, so still wrong. Still the predator.
I mean, it could be. It could, you know, but there's just a drawing now, and I'm like, oh God, the predator's going in some way.
So you really did.
brilliant.
So Josh would just sort of like spitball, and then you're just going to like take his, like, when you're just going to make them work in the story as it goes forward based on.
That's kind of the beautiful thing. I had written the novella. The
Right.
novella was done 20 years ago, and nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted it as a script, a novella, a comic, and a TV show. So, and now, you know, now we're doing it this way. Now we're doing it as an indie comic. So the story is got that, but I just thought, now that I'm working with a collaborator here, that he's got ideas. He's got great ideas, and he's got some great characters. And it's like, so why not work in some different things? And he's got great pitches and great ideas. And remember, all those new you new listeners, exclusive stickers. Exclusive stickers.
Dave, go to the big board now. We're plugging
I
the
know, I'm
stickers. Go to the
trying.
big
I
board.
don't know. Yeah.
Vodka stream and buy a printed something, okay? But also, for the algorithm. Come on, just write something on the board. $1 donation. That's all we're asking. That's all.
Hey guys,
$13.
$13 will get you a print copy of issue number 1. Like that.
$13.
$13. I mean, you'll spend that at McDonald's.
And if you do it, throw the hashtag in the super chat or throw it in Twitter. We'll bring it up. Yeah, we'll throw it up there. But yes, do it, guys. But you know, it's interesting though. What you were just saying, like how you said you wrote the story, the novella, and everything. It's so. I mean, when you hear like ideas like this, and you go, "Oh wow, that's something that's just like right up my alley. This is something that's really cool." And when you say like when you pitch it, and you have these suits that just say, "Nah, we're not going to go with that," or somebody just says, "No, we're not going to go with that," and it's just weird to me because I'm like, why? This is like it's a fresh, different, like new idea, and you just don't even like, no, nobody's going to want that. And I'm like going, how much? I mean, there's so much crap that just gets greenlit. And when you hear about ideas like this, you just go, why are they passing on stuff like this where it could just be total gold? It's so oh, you got it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll tell you why. I think for a while, sometimes the same terminology goes around. That's how you got like multi-platform, you know, like we wanted to work on a multi-platform basis. And there was this thing, everybody would talk about it in the different companies of that there's sections, right? It's like, this is our kids division, this is our adult, this is, you know, might be whatever, right? There were buckets, right? And I remember pitching my heart out, and from like 3 people in a week, I got, you know what? It doesn't go in any of our buckets. I didn't fit in any of the buckets. Apparently.
Can I give you a new bucket?
I mean, no, nobody wants a new bucket. You could get fired over a new bucket.
That's what's so weird.
Decided upon a long time before, sometimes 3 to 6 months before they change the buckets.
But see, I mean, that's what I appreciate about like studios like Blumhouse or A24, like these small studios that started just swallowing up all these different original ideas, and they put out the ideas with like these filmmakers, let the filmmaker tell their story, and they ended up they're now getting to the level where people see A24 or, you know, Blumhouse, which is, you see that attached to a horror film, you go, oh shit, is going to be some good shit right here. A24, you're going, oh my God, there's going to be some quality, like auteur kind of shit right here, or, you know, some good acting. I mean, I love that that's the case, but it's just, I go like, why are these big studios just like passing it? But then, you know, you get something like Mickey 17 that came out earlier this year, which was Bong Joon-ho, Academy Award-winning director, came up with a pretty original idea and a pretty kooky idea. Didn't win with audiences. Obviously, it's a Warner Brothers movie, and they kind of went, well, this is, you know, when the big studios, when they take a gamble on something original and it doesn't work, that's when they go, yeah, this is why we don't do that. But then all of a sudden they get something like Sinners. Yeah, that all of a sudden captures the fucking attention of so many people, and people are flocking to it, and it makes triple, quadruple times its budget. And then you're like, all right, cool. But like, why did the other one miss? And I'm like, I guess it was just, you know, it's just different thing. But at the same time, that's what I always worry about when it comes to this kind of stuff, where I go, yeah, I love the franchise stuff. Trust me, you know, I love the franchise stuff. But at the same time, I'm going, yeah, but you know, we need some fresh things in here too. And when I hear like ideas like yours and people are passing up on them, I'm like, what? Like
the kiss of death. The kiss of death is when you have like a pitch, and someone in there, maybe at the end of it, says, "This is so great. We have nothing like it. You're dead."
Oh shit! That's
because somebody up the chain is going to be like, "This doesn't fit in any buckets," you know, or like, we're taking a big swing here, right? I mean, I watched Mickey 17 because of Bong Joon-ho. I'm like, yeah, it's going to be good, right? It's going to be something that I haven't seen before. There is a thing a little bit with the audiences and the fandom. I hear a lot of people go, we want new stuff, right? And then I remember when The Edge of Tomorrow came out, and I was blown away. I'm like, this thing is
Great movie.
amazing.
Mhm.
This is that's one of those films where whenever I'm passing through the channels, I got to stop and watch it.
Oh, fuck
I'm
yeah.
like, what section are they in? Is it like the beginning? You got the late great Bill Pax. It's so good.
So great.
Right.
It's so good. But just everybody in there, right, is fantastic. And that was supposedly, everybody was like, oh, it bombed. And I'm like, hey, I'm glad that Tom Cruise has the pull to take a chance. He's like, I like this. I like this idea. I like this script. We're doing it. You know, that's about half of these things. Academy Award winning director says to the people, but I think it's good. It could be bigger than Parasite. And they're like, oh, fuck, I can't pass on this. Because if it is, I'm out. Right?
No, it's crazy. Yeah. And yeah, Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah, it's funny because like when it comes to Tom Cruise, obviously it's like Top Gun and, you know, Mission Impossibles were always his bread and butter. But when he had that little moment, he had like Oblivion that was in there.
Yeah, I remember that Oblivion. Yeah,
Yep.
It was also a good movie.
it was a good movie. It was.
Yeah, it's a good movie, and it's just like, but at the same time, it doesn't get that. I mean, it's weird nowadays where, you know, we've talked about it before, where, you know, the big name on the marquee is not going to always sell the product as it used to do. You know, back in like the 80s and 90s, you'd see like, oh, the new Arnold Schwarzenegger, the new Sly Stallone, or whatever. Those, like, you know, you were guaranteed like, oh yeah, you have the name on the marquee. It's gonna put butts in the seats. It's just not like that anymore, which is interesting. Even like what you said, and it was like people want fresh thing, and then all of a sudden they don't go see it, and they still continue to go see, you know, the franchise stuff, the next Marvel movie, the next DC movie.
Well, I mean, that's crumbling before our eyes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Luckily, we have people like, you know, Keanu and Tom Cruise are some of the best new stuff finders out there. Whoever they got reading projects for them, Keanu loves the sci-fi. I love that about him. Cannot wait for Constantine 2.
Berserker, right?
I'm really looking forward to, because Berserker was something that he created, and it was a Kickstarter. So that was a fun project to be a part of from the beginning. And he's really, I mean, comic books, novels, they're doing an anime, they're doing a movie, and it's just, that's cool because it's an idea that he pitched, and now he's going to star in it because, of course, the main character was drawn to look like him.
Right.
And that's, you know, and that's the kind of stuff that's, and of course, but that requires, like you said, Dave, he has the benefit of being Keanu Reeves, and he can put that weight behind making this happen.
Yeah.
And it's finding people who have the weight and the ideas to go, let's try something new. Let's put this out there. Let's take a chance on this.
Mhm.
Well, and look at it this way, with getting drawn at him, that's totally not an ego thing. That's the way to ensure the idea is going to be made. If it's not him and he's just executive producing, they can say no.
Yeah.
Right.
They can say no to remarkably easily. You'd be surprised. I mean, there are projects out there that my friends are attached to with big name people, and they're just going to be exec producing it, and they're not in it and stuff, and they're just languishing. They will never piss that person off by saying no, but they'll just slow walk it until you lose interest.
Right. It's going to be it'll be stuck in development hell. And
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, you know, not everything's going to work. I mean, you know, I'm looking at you, John Travolta, with your Battlefield Earth. You know, things might not work.
Was that really his fault or the materials?
It probably was maybe more of the material, but he was very, you know, I know that he was totally like he wanted to put his
I
stamp
like
on
that. I kind of like that movie.
It's, you know what? There's an appreciation for it. You know, his crazy laugh and the way that he looks. Hey, it's got Barry Pepper in it. I like. What happened to Barry Pepper? I haven't heard of that guy's name in a while. You know, yeah, Barry Pepper. Remember Barry Pepper? He had a good stretch there for a minute.
I mean, he was in Saving Private Ryan,
Yeah,
and
he was the fucking
he was the breakout. He was the breakout.
He played Roger Maris. He
Yeah,
played
61.
Roger Maris in that 61 series. That was really
that was good. Him losing his hair and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, Roger Maris, and yeah, he had a good little stretch there where he just like showed up in things. But I'm like, man, where's Barry Pepper been? And especially with a name like that, Barry Pepper. It's a good name. But no, I was just thinking about stuff like that where I know that was like, I think that was a John Travolta kind of like passion project in it. Yeah, it just didn't quite pan out, but it could be a guilty pleasure watch. You got what? Forrest Whitaker's in there too, right? One of those. It's just one of those where, you have, but at the same time, like you said, you gotta, the fact that Keanu, that they designed the character to look like him, obviously that's gonna make it move mountains, and hopefully everything can come to fruition when it comes to that, because like I said, it's just Keanu Reeves. It's amazing how long his career has been, given the fact that people kind of like brush him off as like, really, that guy, fucking Ted from Bill and Ted. What are we kidding here? That's where I first got introduced to him. I was obsessed with the Bill and Ted movies and, just that whole franchise, the cartoons. I collected the comic books. I had the figurines. I loved the Bill and Ted, everything about that franchise. And then, all of a sudden he just, Point Break happens for him. And it's like, oh, wow. Okay. Now he's the new action star. Speed. My God, Speed. One of the best fucking action movies of all time. I rewatched that probably a month and a half ago, and I'm always in awe of like, how fucking good is this goddamn movie? It's so pleasing. Everything about it just fires off. The score, down to the score, and just everything about it. It's so ridiculous. It's a ridiculous concept, but that's what makes it so good. They sold it as, hey, it's Die Hard on a bus. Okay. That's what they achieved, and it was great. But it's just, and then the Matrix franchise.
Remember, you got to give Sandy her due. There's
what?
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock.
Wasn't that her breakout? Basically,
that was her breakout.
That was her breakout. Yeah.
That maybe Demolition Man a little bit. Maybe she was in Demolition Man. But
Demolition Man was after, and that got savaged also. That was unfortunate.
I love that movie.
Liked it. I mean, maybe except for every restaurant is Taco Bell. Maybe an overreach of marketing, but
a little bit. But that was her breakout role right there, and she nailed it, man.
I mean, during that time, all pitches went, it's Die Hard in a, or it's Speed on a riverboat.
Yeah.
It's Speed in an elevator.
Pretty much.
It was a bad time.
Always a pitch. But man, anytime that I watch that movie, I'm like, Dad, this is like a perfect action movie. It really is. Like from start to finish, it just really doesn't let up. I mean, you have that opening scene, and then there's like a little break, and then once the whole, that bus explodes, it's on. It's like no matter what, you're not stopping until the credits roll. That's it.
Got Hopper, right?
Yes.
Hopper. He's just killing it.
Pop quiz, hot shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez.
Hey, update to the big board. Rhea is getting some stickers.
What? Did we get a hashtag?
Rhea is hashtagged on the comment on the Kickstarter comment board. She's there. Okay. Happy to support independent creators. #Vodka Stream with a bourbon glass emoji.
I'm trying to find it on here.
Wow, thank you so much.
She's on the Kickstarter. Go to the Kickstarter page. Go to the comments on the Kickstarter page.
I know, not seeing it. I saw it, and then I refreshed the page on accident and it disappeared. God damn it. Well, there you go. We got at least something.
I actually saw that she is what's known as a super backer.
She is a super backer, yes.
So she supports a lot, and we all thank you for it. I thank you for this project, but I thank you for your life of supporting indie comics. People like Raya that kind of make it happen. I should also put out there, I mean, anybody that is listening live right now, and I did check out that one of these was like 4 hours and 53 minutes.
Oh, that's a short one. That's a short one.
That's a short one.
That's a short one.
But
so
if anybody wants to ping a question about anything in my IMDb, now's the time. But please, let's get Philip and Chris in here also, because I think I don't want to dominate. I don't want to be an
No. Yeah, if you guys have any questions about
like any topics that you would like to cover,
I've actually had one percolating.
But what do you like coming out?
Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
I've actually had one percolating about this, and I was just curious, Ernie. Of all the stuff you've worked on, DC, Marvel animated, no matter what, is there a storyline or a character that you would love to adapt or write or be a part of or see be adapted in some way, shape, or form? Like Spider-Man Blue, or like I understand like Warner Brothers DC animation, or maybe doing Nightfall. Is there something you would love to see that hasn't been animated yet get the animated treatment? And would you also take part in it if presented the opportunity to do so?
Oh, I would say yes to everything, Well, the thing is, it's not a totally greedy, self-serving thing. Anything executed a cool and awesome way can be great. I don't care if you're doing, My Little Pony or whatever. All of a sudden, it could have an audience of, what were they called? Bronies.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do anything. Like the Smurfs could be a horror franchise. There are different takes on things. I mean, for me, my favorite DC character, and it's cool. No, he's Constantine's my favorite. Okay, so
clearly,
more Constantine. So if there's a good animated Constantine where we really get to see some spell work, and I think I want him to do the grislier Hellblazer stories. Okay, the ones that we're not even talking like, they brushed against R. It was like, you're lucky you didn't get an X for violence. Like I like to see some of
Garth Ennis.
There's one that they talk about where one of the I'm sorry, what?
I said go pure Garth Ennis on him.
Yes. Yeah. I think Garth's story, there's one, I forget, I have the volume together, the compilation volume, the trade, and it's something where one of the royal family has been taken over by a demon, and he sacrifices like 20 kids, and Constantine's got to get to the bottom of it, but they show it. And I think in there is the Butcher of Hell, who carves up a human in a banquet, and it is all lovingly drawn. And I'm like, this is like a tough but good read. The story was so good.
It was issues 52 through 55.
What's it called? What's the trade?
It's called the Royal Bloodline Storyline.
Yes.
Royal Blood. It's called Royal Blood. It was from 1992. But yeah, it runs from issue 52 to 55.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Now, I haven't, if there's Hellblazers out there, I probably have not kept up for the last 40 issues or something. So I need to get back to it. I buy them in clumps, so there are sometimes. But yeah, so I don't think we've had an animated Constantine. He's appeared in certain things. I wrote an episode with him in Justice League Action, where he was kind of comedic. Certainly, I thought it was criminal that the live action with Matt Ryan only went for 13 episodes. I was like, come on.
Did you enjoy City of Demons, the animated film?
Yeah, I liked it.
I thought that was one where it's like, they knew they were going R on that one, and JM did a good. He did a good job with that one, I thought.
I was jealous. I didn't get it after doing Justice League Dark. I was like, they didn't even call me on this.
Justice League Dark was such a nice surprise because you have Batman, John Constantine, Zatanna, all these mythical characters, and then of course you got Batman, the greatest detective of the DC universe, and they're not their ideologies per se, but just their perspectives kind of clash a little bit, but they're ultimately going for the same thing. That was a really well done movie. I like that one a lot.
Yeah. We got a lot of crap for putting Batman in there, and they do it because obviously the Batman fans want it as a completionist. But I thought rather than being a sellout, this works out perfectly for me when I knew I was going to write it, because you got Batman, the world's greatest detective, right? Constantine's the world's greatest magical detective.
Right.
So now they're together, and Constantine's got that wise ass stuff, which is totally opposite of Batman. It's the buddy comedy where they can't stand each other.
Yeah.
I was like,
Riggs
this
and
couldn't
Murtaugh.
work out better.
Yeah.
Couldn't work out better. And then I even got to write a little bit of the big three in the beginning of the story. Superman, Wonder Woman was in it, and
Kennedy.
Batman. In his regular thing. But yeah, so boy, that was a really fun one. And having Jay Oliva direct it, that was his last one, his ninth and last over there. He actually directed my favorites, the Dark Knight Returns, the two-parter.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my two favorites, followed closely by Jim Krieg's going to kick me in Flashpoint.
Yeah.
I think that was
yeah.
Paradox. Yeah.
then I think about it and I'm like, although the Crisis on Two Earths is really good too. The hero version of the Joker, the Jeff.
Yes.
Right?
Well, that was also great.
My God, this is good.
Well, and that was Dwayne McDuffie, and so that was such a, because that was originally intended to be a direct-to-video bridge movie, and Dave, we'll talk about this on Fan-imated.
Of course.
Like, it was supposed to be the bridge between season 2 of Justice League and season 1 of Justice League Unlimited.
Yep.
If you watch the movie with that in mind, they changed some characters. They put Hal in there instead of Jon Stewart and all of that. But if you watch that movie thinking, end of season 2 of Justice League, leading into season 1 of Justice League Unlimited, that movie fits
pretty perfectly. Yeah.
Ernie, I have a question. And when it comes to you wrote.
Well, before you get to that, we're at 2090. We just got another backer. Sorry, we got some more added to it. Just refresh it.
Getting
We're almost
closer.
at 2100. Just saying.
Okay,
Sorry.
Go, Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
So
what the heck? This is
it's working.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So with Apocalypse War, what's it like? It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite, of the entire kind of saga of that DC animated universe. Bringing a conclusion to all the parts, but what I really like is you put real stakes in there. Like, people went down and did not come back. What was that? What was that kind of experience like? Saying, hey, you get to put the exclamation point on this whole universe.
Well, I can't take all the credit for that because James Tucker was, I think his quote on it was, he was leaving, right? Mm-hmm. Butch was coming on, and to be overall supervising animator for those films, and he started the Tomorrowverse, right? But James Tucker said something like, "I was going to be the bad hotel guest and trash the room on my way out." So he let me. He gave me free reign. He's like, kill all you want, because I was all about.
But when you say that, it felt natural in the sense like this makes sense. You weren't necessarily indiscriminately just randomly doing it. I mean, it had a purpose.
We
Everything
thought
had,
up stuff. Yeah, and we got it down. We wanted the villains. Also, I mean, Margaret Scott. She wrote the first draft of that. She went off to run a show, and then they decided, that's going to wrap it up. It was a Justice League Darkseid War, more-ish, with Superman as the lead. And then they go, no, we got to make it. Oh, it's on the schedule as a Justice League Dark. So we don't want that. We want Constant to be the lead. So obviously it was a big like restructuring on that point, right? And there was just like so many great things. Although while I was writing them, I mean, Lois and Clark get their get their moment. Batman has a relationship with not only Catwoman but Damian and Nightwing, right? I mean, there's just like a lot of different stuff going on there. Green Arrow and Harley, right? Oh wait, I'm sorry, mixing up Injustice.
You keep doing you keep doing that. You keep getting these two mixed up, and it's really fun to watch. Not gonna lie.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'd like to say it was the bourbon, but maybe it's just like, oh, I'm adult, I'm old, get off my lawn.
Well, to be fair, Damian and Batman are in both movies, so it's easy to get them mixed up.
Yeah.
I mean, I became like the Lord of Darkness for a little while. I mean, it started with Justice League Dark, and then then it's like, oh, let's kill the villain in Hush. Again, James Tucker egging me on. It's like, nah, let's just kill the Riddler. Let's have him munched up by these blades. And then I got a chance to do that Justice League Dark 2, and it was the same time as Endgame came out, and I think there was like whatever, an internet meme or something that got back to me that said something like Avengers Endgame, one death, Tony Stark, and it's like, hold my beer, and then it lists all the people that died in Justice League Dark. And then it was Injustice, right?
Yeah.
A funny thing, I think I mentioned this on the fandom thing, is there was a DC showcase, which was a half hour instead of the 12 to 16 minutes called Constantine. It was the House of Mystery, right? Oh, there you go. Is that the Steel one again?
They did not do a Steel book for this, unfortunately. Okay. Yes. Phil and Chris, if you weren't aware, Ernie was very jealous of the fact that I have Steel books of all his movies.
Oh, I listened to the whole episode. I'm aware. Yeah.
So, okay. Well, then, sorry. Well, for the people that might be listening, so Jim Krieg was like, I want this to be a linchpin leading in between the two runs of the Tuckerverse, which James Tucker hates that it's called that, by the way, and then the Tomorrowverse. And so that's the middle point. That starts Constantine as, here's a lot of spoilers if you haven't read it, but he becomes Pariah, and they kind of protected that by making him a bum.
Yeah.
But they used Matt Smith and didn't, Matty Ryan, and didn't credit him, right? And people didn't get it. It's like, oh, it sounds like someone like that. Nah, it couldn't be. It's just a bump that runs away, right? And so that thing, that little section leads into the Crisis on Infinite Earths trilogy to end that thing. Well, not really ended. It's still going, right?
It's kind of ended right now.
I think it's done.
Oh, I wonder. No, I guess Nightfall won't be a part of it. But Nightfall is happening, by the way.
Yeah. I've been begging for that one for a bit.
Yeah. I had heard about that maybe well over 2 years ago. I won't say who, but there is an artist that I had met at a con, and he'd mentioned to me a while ago that Nightfall was actually happening, and it was like a moment of like, oh, that's interesting. And the fact that they are in fact going to do like a 3-part version of that story, it's like,
they have to. You have to.
Right.
Yeah, to do it justice. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the timing of it is pretty pristine, considering that Scott Snyder is about to introduce his version of Bane in the Absolute Batman book, and Bane is notorious for breaking Batman's back, and obviously the character's just gotten a lot of love post Dark Knight Rises with, you know, the Harley Quinn TV show. Like I really do like that character, even if he's got, you know,
What? He didn't get love in Batman and Robin?
well, I liked that movie as a kid, but I'm not a kid anymore.
I know, right? Jeez.
I
remember,
actually got the Bane's mug from Harley Quinn. It says "Caffeine is my reckoning." I did
Yes.
get that. Yes,
That's
Yeah.
brilliant.
caffeine is my reckoning.
I remember I wanted that mug. Yeah, I should have gotten one of those too. No, but the Nightfall story, yeah, I mean that's I was wondering if they were ever gonna do that one in a 3-part one, a 3-part series for that. Yeah. So you have like obviously the first part.
You have Nightfall, Night
Yeah.
Quest, and
Quest
Night's
and
End.
Night End,
Yeah.
Yes. I always loved those sets of books, like when obviously the Azrael Batman was losing his mind and
Yeah.
Bruce was coming back. You know, and with Lady Shiva and all that stuff, and that crazy bat mask that he had. I loved it, like in the corner of the, you know, obviously they always had the logo in the comic book, and like the night in the Azrael Bat logo was shattered. And with every issue, like a shard of glass was like fell off of it, where the normal, you know, the original Bat logo was. I was like, I just that little detail I thought was so cool. Even when I was collecting those, I was like, that's really cool, because every issue is like a little shard comes down, and now it's like because it's, you know, the original Batman's being restored. And I just thought that was just a cool little detail that not a lot of people probably even really noticed, but I thought that was really cool.
Well, it also emphasizes just John Paul Valley's outright just downfall into the lunacy as he dies. Yeah, he loses his shit the more he becomes Batman.
I had his Batman Legends figurine. That thing.
Oh, that's dope.
You threw that at somebody, you're gonna take someone's eye out. The fucking sharp cape that he had, that spiky cape. That thing was like, you try to hold, I mean, you could just set it somewhere and it could just stand anywhere, because that freaking, it was kind of funny too, because when he first came around, his first design did not have that sharp, crazy cape. I remember the first time I saw, like, because I was aware that Batman got his back broken.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't read the book yet. I just remember being a thing. I think I read it somewhere or something, obviously not on the internet at that time. But then I remember being in a grocery store, and I was like, I saw like the first issue of the new Batman and the way that the suit looked and everything. And I was like, oh shit, this is. But then of course that like evolved into like this crazy, I mean, the way that his suit ended up.
It is so 90s, and I love it.
Yeah.
By the way, Kickstarter update, we're now up to $2,155.
Woo, baby. That's,
you know, I'm
I'll
looking at
tell you what, though.
the chat. I got to thank William Powell. Thank you for supporting this indie project between Josh White and myself. And listen, if you go a little further and put hashtag vodka stream, I will get you those free stickers.
the hashtag vodka stream, guys. Come on.
Yeah, Jason McKenzie hashtagged on the Kickstarter page. So there he is. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Jason. I'm sorry. I didn't know who's listening. You guys got to be on this a little more than me. But thank you very much, Jason.
It gets worse as you go on. It's not going to get any better.
It's not going to get any better.
Yeah.
I've been like, I'm not refilling until I see anybody else do it.
Okay. All right.
No. I'm not doing it.
Okay, here we go.
I'm away from that. God,
No,
I was
no,
thinking, I got to get out of here by 2 hours. We're 2:20.
Hey, you know what? Hey, you can leave whenever you want, man.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, we do sometimes we'll have some 5 hour, we even had 6 hour.
We've had 6 hours.
Yeah, you don't have to be here the entire time.
Yeah, we're crazy people.
Yeah, we're sometimes we just get in this. I mean, you know, when it came to those those long vodka streams, we had a lot of heavy discussion, like during the whole Snyder Cut movement thing that happened, which I'm sure you're aware of when it came to Zack Snyder. I'm sure, you know, obviously working with Jay Oliva and Zack worked very close together when it came to storyboarding, when it came to those movies. And yeah, we just had many discussions. We were just like back in those days of like 2019, 2020. where, man, yeah, there was, I think the longest vodka stream was like over 6 hours one
yeah.
time.
It was because I was there, and
Yeah.
there would be ones that I would be going to bed,
Yes.
and the sun was like
Starting to come up.
the light was coming up. It
Yeah.
was
Because I used to start those at 8 o'clock Pacific time. So everybody else was like way late. And yeah, there'd be times where like, we're already starting to see the sun come up. And I'm like, yeah, it's 1 o'clock here. So it's like, or 2 o'clock where I'm at. So it's already like 5 o'clock on Eastern time. Yeah. We've had some big time discussions, but I actually did want to like working with Jay Oliva. I mean, that guy, I wish I could get him on here. I've reached out, but I know he doesn't do a lot of like interviews and stuff like that. But man, when he interviews, I could listen to that man talk.
He's fantastic.
Man.
I mean, and I'm so honored to have worked with him. It was my first one. It was his last one at DC, but I mean, he got me. He worked closely with the script, saying, like, hey, I want you to like lengthen. It's the only time. I mean, usually I keep the battle scenes short because I figure the animators, the storyboard artists, and he are gonna do it. And he was like, no, just like make it big. Maybe you'll get some ideas in there, maybe that you'll like, right? That we'll like. And like if you've seen the movie, there's a cube of water in there, and that was it. But a lot of it is like, you're not going to tell Jay Oliva how to make a
No.
No. I mean, if you want to choose violence that day, sure.
But
Right.
What I found great was when someone asked him, he was pinging me with stuff. He's like, all right, well, this scene against Felix Faust, and I want there to be these pentagrams that came out. None of that was in there, right? And it's like, I'm borrowing this stuff from some animes that I like, and the battles are going to be constructed like Full Metal Alchemist. And I made the mistake of going, well, I haven't seen Full Metal Alchemist. I mean, maybe watch the whole thing. Right. And I was like, I was happy, but I'm like, damn, there's a lot. There's a lot of.
Well, there's two sets. There's Full Metal, and then there's Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. So,
I think I not then. I think that came out after, but I'm a fan.
Okay.
I'm a fan. Or Evangelion, the first one, I'm like, what the fuck
Evangelion, yeah.
But the action scenes, oh my god, they're so cool. But you can see it. You can see the influence in that battle where Felix Faust is searching around and Zatanna is fighting him. And it's so damn cool when she just goes nuts. I think it's one of the best times to see how powerful she could be.
Mm-hmm.
And the actress, Camilla Luddington, actually, she was like, no, you're not gonna like reverse my voice or something. I'm gonna do this backwards, and we're gonna pronounce it right. So I had to like write this down. I wrote the lines, and I knew how to do it then, right? Because it's like not only is each word backwards, but the words themselves are placed. Whatever. Yeah, I can't remember what I did, but she did it. Like these words that shouldn't be able to be pronounceable, like somehow she made it sing, where she's like sounded like a person using a backwards record at different speeds, like
Yeah.
I mean, it was really cool. And well, of course, Matt Ryan.
Of course, Matt Ryan. Yeah, Matt Ryan's good. But speaking of Mr. William Powell, he's actually going to be joining right here from the Sci-Fi Center.
Thank you, my friend.
Yes, hey, no problem. I would do more, but I'm in the process of buying a buttload of Funko Pops for some movies coming out next month. So about to bankrupt myself, and then I'm going to bankrupt myself with popcorn buckets too. So I might be homeless.
Oh yeah, freaking popcorn buckets! My God. So Ernie, like this William, and he owns a shop in Vegas called the Sci-Fi Center. I obviously could see that right behind there. So
yes,
yeah. So yeah.
Oh,
thank you, William.
I got
very much. Any
I have a
any particular
platform.
questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I got a platform. I have my own YouTube channel. If you want to come on, not to steal from Junkie, but I mean,
Of
you
course.
can't raise
No,
too
no.
much money.
No, he's all mine.
And
right.
Yeah.
Everybody
you can't
steals
raise
from
too much money.
junkies. No,
So,
hit me up on my on one of my socials and
Yeah.
just tell me, hey, I'm that guy. And absolutely.
And also, I'd like to sell it here too, because I don't do enough indies as much as I want to, and I'm always late to the ground level of the ground level stuff when it starts. I usually find out about it like way after it's in production. So if, like I said, I have shelf space too, so we can talk.
Jeez, that'd be great. Okay.
Here we go. Hooking you up. All right. Thank you for joining, Willem. Yeah. And yeah, we appreciate that. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna ask too, like okay, obviously working with Jay Oliva, that was great. Like so I guess you could say, like, when it comes to live action superhero movies, is there anything you're looking forward to? You're looking forward to the new Superman, seeing what James Gunn has in store?
Absolutely.
And everything. Yeah.
I mean, James Gunn. I almost just said James, as if we're pals.
Yeah. Oh, Jimmy. I know Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Jimmy
JG
Gunn.
and JG and I were kicking him back, and I told him, Peacemaker, bring this character, make it a little bit better. No, James Gunn handles characters so well, especially the ones that haven't been maybe fully developed, and then it's the combination of casting and his writing. I mean, just having watched recently The Creature Commandos, every single character.
I was going to ask you about that too, yeah.
Every single character gets its own thing. They're all interesting, all compelling characters, and it's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. For all the trepidation that people are saying, like, maybe it's not going to be good, or it's going to go down and play. Nah, I wouldn't bet anything against.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, well, I mean, I always go back to what Zack Snyder said on Rogan's podcast when he was on there. Is people treat this shit like religion. I mean, we kind of talked about that the first time we talked to you. It's just like, you said, like, people, like, with the decisions you made with your stories. Oh, my childhood's ruined. And it's like,
childhood ruiner.
Childhood ruined. Childhood ruined.
We got to get you a shirt.
Yeah, that's one of them. Injustice is my true.
The biggest one.
I was going to say, like, which one got you more flack?
Ruining merit badge.
Injustice got you more flack than Hush?
As far as child ruiner from fans,
right.
Childhood ruiner. Sorry, childhood ruiner, because it was changed from its original. No, what got me the most? Well, actually, yeah, that combo. Yes, for Flash, exactly. And then, oh man, I probably shouldn't get into it, but you have all the time in the world. The subcontinent of India, that movie pissed off because there was a news report in it that said Superman and Wonder Woman swept the sky clean over disputed Kashmir, and it showed them, whatever, and it just blipped to another thing, and it was just part of a montage. Well, Kashmir is not disputed according to India. And there was like, I got up the next day. They're not going after the writer usually, right? There are other targets. And I see I have like 27 missed calls. right? I'm like, this is not, I'm not in that much demand.
Yeah.
And then the phone rings while I'm looking at, like, whoa, there's a lot of calls. My friends are calling. What's happened? And I hear from Gary Mirianu, who was the publicist, super PR guy, best PR guy I've ever seen, best PR guy in the business.
That's actually how I got a screener for Apocalypse War with him. So
if you're not following at super PR guy, that's well, it used to be where all the good DC stuff would come out first, but now he's doing a lot of different projects. I think, and
Yeah, actually,
still,
he hit me up when that movie, The King of Kings, came out with the Jesus movie with Charles Dickens. So he's got his toes in a lot of things right now. But I still get the press releases for any animated projects he's involved with.
so phone rings. It's him. He has called out of the 22 5 or 6 times, and it's just like, have you looked at the internet? And I go, what? No. I have like this much social media. At that time, I had maybe like 100 followers or something, right? And he goes, well, don't answer anything, and just don't turn on your computer. Click. Well, of course. What's the first thing I do?
You're gonna
boot up the computer. You know, I'm a person who used to turn off the computer all the time. Now it's like, it takes too long to get it going. And I have on X, like, I don't know, 1,300 like things on X, right, that I've been included in. And there's a hashtag anti-Indian Superman. Hashtag anti-Indian DC.
Jeez.
And you know, there's all this stuff. And I was like, well, you know, what's happening there? I mean, yeah, somebody's ass is in a sling, whatever. And then all of a sudden, one of the things goes, Ernie Altbacker wrote it. Include him in everything. And then it was like,
Oh,
you know,
man.
like, oh, this could go poorly for me.
Yeah.
But you know what? It went away in like 48, 72 hours. Something else happened.
Yeah, it never lasts. It never lasts. I mean, people get they get their panties in a bunch, and then all of a sudden they just go, well, we did that for a bit. Now let's move on to the next thing. And it's because it's not that serious, because I mean, we're talking about stories here, and you chose certain things.
Fictional characters.
Fictional characters, as Ben Affleck's character says in Jay and Silent. Yes, I mean,
I didn't even mean like.
Yeah,
I meant disputed, being there is fighting there occasionally. You know,
right.
like I didn't mean what they said.
That's what happens. Yeah,
and I get to do my 3 drafts, and then I'm off. Maybe someone else wrote that part too. It's unclear. If you strongly have a problem with it, I did not do
it.
Try making Black Panther a white guy. See how that goes this week. It's been a lot of fun.
I had
lots of messages of how they want to ask me how do I feel about it. I'm like, what do you mean how do I feel about it? Why are you asking me that question? What are you trying to say? But it's hilarious.
Why would it happen? This is crazy. But yeah, so that would be. But that was just like a landmine that you didn't even see. Yeah. Like it was a disguised rake that people had carefully put grass clippings over, and Ernie was just running in a field, enjoying the day, and whap!
Right there. Yeah, but at least it didn't last long, and it didn't, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, what obviously what James Gunn is going through, like when it comes to now, is like, I mean, Superman is just, this movie is just, I keep on saying everybody's putting a microscope, and a magnifying glass and looking at every little thing of like, nope. And it's, I mean, there's a lot of noise out there. It's, you try to ignore some of it, it's hard sometimes, but at the same time, it's just like, all right, can we just let the movie come out? It might not be your brand of vodka, but hey, let's see what he has to offer when it comes to this. That's what I always say. And we had a lot of things that came out this week. Obviously, the marketing's ramping up. We got some character posters. I don't really care for the style of the character posters, but there's character posters. And what I like about it is, and I've said this because obviously Scott and I have been talking Superman the Animated Series for the past, I don't know, we're almost wrapping up on it.
Right. So it's been
Right
about
now.
2 years.
Yeah,
Probably.
about 2 years, and just the animated world in general is like, I
Are you
want
talking about the new one or the old one?
Talking about the what do you
What we've been
James-
talking about is
My Adventures of Superman or
no,
Superman?
no, we're talking
No.
about Superman the animated series.
it's
Bruce
series
Timm's
with the
animated
Bruce
series.
Timm.
The Bruce Timm. We haven't gotten to My Adventures yet. We'll get to there eventually, but
Still angry I didn't get an episode about that.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if you could, you already did Ben 10 Ultimate Alien. If you can get an episode of My Adventures with Superman, you will continue to be someone that I can talk to Declan, my 9-year-old, and go, I know that guy, because every day he goes, is there a new season of My Adventures with Superman yet? I'm like, buddy, you're 9. You don't understand how animation works. We just finished season 2. They have to make the next one.
Well, they're also doing My Adventures with Green Lantern with Jessica Cruz too.
Yes,
that's
doing
coming
that.
out.
Yeah,
That'd be interesting.
They've got very talented writers. I would love to. The answer is I would love to, but they've got a very talented story editor and staff, and or freelance group of people that they use, or if they, I don't know if they have staff or not, but they're doing great. They're doing great work. Enjoy it.
Yeah, there's a lot of DC content coming out. I mean, obviously, one of the things that they did mention, I mean, obviously, there's a lot riding on the Superman movie, like we've already emphasized. And I think it's going to do well enough to, continue everything going on, even though everybody's looking at, the budget and all stuff. Obviously, the budgets are always like a big thing when it comes to these big movies. But I do like the fact that they want to do one of the things that was emphasized, I think, when they held some kind of press thing, was they want to do an animated movie and an animated series once a year that ties to this whole thing. And hey, James Gunn, if you're listening, we got somebody right here who could help you with that. Just saying.
Oh, that would be awesome. That's like too much of a dream. But they've got their reasons for everything. And I mean, I'll tell you this, for all of the projects, I mean, some that you would call misses on anything in the Star Wars universe and the Star Trek and DC Marvel, no one gets in that room that first day and goes, you know what, let's fuck this up. Let's really make people
Right.
Let's really make people angry. It all comes from a place of how can we make this original so that we're not just repeating what we've done in the past. So we give them an original and fresh take on this. And sometimes you go too far. Sometimes you don't keep the fans that are the ones that got you there, right? Because they go ballistic on you for something. I mean, just like with Injustice, they handed me, it's like 1.5 feet worth of books, 5 seasons, side quest reading, like Aftershocks and stuff. And I was like, can we make 3 movies of this? Because I knew they were going to do a couple Mortal Kombats at the same time. Jeremy was writing that first Mortal Kombat, and I was like, how come we're not doing multiples of this too? This thing has you can make great seasons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can be putting out one a year of this for the next 5 years. There's so much great Tom Taylor stuff in here, and they're like, nope, we want one. We want one.
That is so wild to me that they only wanted one, because
they're sitting on gold.
Yeah, because Tom Taylor really fleshed out that stuff that NetherRealm did for those 2 games, and like there's so much good material in there from those 5 years, and it's just like it's just crazy to me that they went, we want like 3 Mortal Kombat movies, but we only want 1 Injustice. It's like,
well, that's what I got. Right. That's what I get from, let's say, and Alan Burnett and Jim Krieg were the supervising writers of all the movies that I did, right, over there. And maybe they were grumpy that day. And that's the reasoning I get. Now, the real reasoning could be we don't have the budget to do one more. We already did last year. We already knew we were going to do a bunch of. We were going to do 2 Mortal Kombats. That's the one that they really like, and Rooster Teeth really liked, and they had a piece of it or something was going on there, and then it's like, oh, we can only do one. This is why so your choice is either get one or get 0 of them, right? And as a writer, the choice is do
Get
it,
paid or not
do
get
the,
paid.
do the best
They all got
thing, or
mortgages
they
to pay.
fire you and get someone else to do it that might not understand it. And that thing didn't have a great pedigree because it came from a game, and a lot of people were like, we don't like the comic that was made in the game. And I'm like, have you read it?
Yeah.
Have you read it? It's so good. It's so good. And Tom Taylor is writing it. It's so good. It's like, no, it's a game. It's a game, and it's a comic about a game. They're thinking that it's the Super Friends comic that's only drawn with 3 colors and flat 2D, right? They're thinking that's the version of this. And I'm like, no. So I was the only one that was like, I love it, I love it, I love it. And Jim Krieg's like, you know what? You got it. Everybody else is not that enthused about it. So you'll give a gamer of an effort toward this, right? So
I will just say that as a fan of the game and the comic, I think you did the best that was presented, blending elements of both of the comic and the game. You took a lot of elements from the comic and then the ending of the first game, and I think you did the absolute best you could. And I enjoyed it. I know a lot of other people weren't superbly favorable of it, but I enjoyed what I saw. What I really loved, I loved the Deadwing, the Nightwing Deadwing thing. That was straight from the book, and I was like, that's awesome.
Well, I know Scott does it. Scott's very silent. Look at
Yes,
that.
he
Hey,
he's not a fan.
At least I didn't kiss your ass. I was very forthcoming in the Fan-imated, where it was like, you started talking about this, and I was like, listen, dude, I'm one of those people who don't like the movie. But you explained the context of what was going on.
Yeah.
And I still have not gone back to rewatch it, because once again, I need to rewatch it with fresh eyes, given context. But until then, my opinion has not been informed. So I'm just going to sit here quietly and I'm going to listen.
William, Phil, and Chris, what I said to him was, I get a lot of compliments from people that don't know a lot about superheroes. If you know that there is a Batman and a Superman and a Wonder Woman, but you aren't up on all the different versions and artists and writers and things like that, if you see that movie and you're kind of, this is the only superhero thing I'm going to watch this year. I missed the big live action ones in the theaters also. They enjoy that movie as a story. As a story, it's a pretty good beginning, middle, and an end. It's got it's a great roller coaster. It is basically what I wanted to keep and emphasize of it is who's right. I wanted ideally half the people would root for Batman and half the people would root for Superman. Because come on, his logic on the Joker is, Jesus Christ, Batman. Come on. You're so good. He's kind of in this leaky freaking prison over here. He gets out every time and he kills not 1 or 2, not 10, hundreds.
Yeah.
And then you put him back in there, and
Just
it's like
again.
we start the clock again on him getting out. I mean,
you bring up a good point. In my perspective, like, I love the comics. I'm with Scott, but I appreciate you hearing it does help hearing the context. But here's the thing, though: when I see adaptations of it, I'm not looking for a direct page to screen. I've got the book. I don't need necessarily to see that. I like to see, okay, what are you going to take from it? What are you going to do differently? But you're exactly right in the sense of, like, I'm not so beholden to the book that is saying, oh my God, how dare you not put XYZ in it? No, that wasn't necessarily like I said, my big disappointment was exactly what you said. We have all this lovely content. Why are we putting it all into just one? But again, that's not you. That's not you. That's the powers that be. So I don't blame you at all, Ernie, for this. I'm disappointed to hear that they had gold there and they didn't want to take advantage of it. But you're exactly right in the sense of when you're not as, the people who haven't read it, who haven't played the game, they get more enjoyment of it, and I'm happy for them. That's great. But you know what? I still have the books. I don't necessarily think that the movie destroyed my love for the series at all.
It didn't ruin your childhood.
It didn't ruin my childhood. As Scott and I like to say, not my tempo.
Not my tempo. Yes, yeah.
Why? Yeah, but that's great.
The majority of people that will come onto these IPs, sadly and pathetically, will never pick up a comic book.
Yeah,
that's the thing that I would, if it jumps up another 3 to 5%, that's a boatload of money that's on the table, because like I said, most people will know Iron Man as Robert Downey Jr. right now because of the generation they grew up in, and with a lot of these IPs, they know of them. Obviously, I could walk out on the street with a bat signal, and anybody from anywhere in the world will know what that means. But have they picked up these things? So their audience, the majority of the audience, is not where they're aiming at a lot of the time. They're not aiming for me. They already got me. So yeah, it's weird to see that, but I hope it improves for my own selfish reasons.
Well, those movies are aimed actually at you and everybody on screen of this little Brady Bunch crew. It's not really aimed at 12 and 14-year-olds are watching other stuff until they get caught into it, TikTok. And then it's like the completest, or playing video games, and the completest in some of them go, I gotta go watch that. Those are some characters that I like. Let me see that. But we are those fans where if they sell 10,000 steel boxes and do 20 or 50,000 $7.99 on-demand rentals, they've made a profit, and now they have a piece of IP that exists. And every 5 movies, then they come out with the Warner Brothers set of whatever. I think I got one gifted because I didn't, cause any shit storms for 3 movies in a row. That's like 30. And now what are we up to? Is it like 45 of these or something, or 50?
Who knows? Like a lot, right?
You mean like of these direct-to-video movies?
Direct-to-video superhero ones.
Come on, Scott. You have a list somewhere, don't you?
I don't have. The problem is that I have all of them, and they're on a shelf across the room.
Count quickly.
If you're going back from
Scott, come on.
1, 2, 3.
Superman Doomsday. That's a
moment. Okay, I'm working on it. It's called Wikipedia. I'm going to figure this out because now I'm challenged. And I will figure this out. Let's see.
You know how to bait Scott appropriately.
The problem is you should have known it beforehand because you're Scott.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Phil, this is for you. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
That's for you. Okay.
During this break, while Scott figures out how many of them are, we are just 3 backers away from 50.
Okay, 58. 58.
It's 58 movies.
58.
Whoa.
If
I think I have one that's 35. I got.
If you
35.
go from Superman Doomsday all the way back in 2007, all the way to Watchmen Chapter 2 that came out back in November. That is 58 movies.
Oh, no. I don't count that. It has to be in the superhero universe.
Then it's 56.
All right.
Wow, you got that ready.
Well, because that takes care of standalones and the DC animated movie universe and the Tomorrowverse combined is 56.
I will accept Gods and Monsters in that, but not
Fair,
Mortal
underrated,
Kombat.
I like that.
Oh no, I'm talking about just DC. These are just the DC.
I will accept Shadow of the Bats. and Injustice, of course.
Of course,
But
of course.
I will not put in. I don't know.
No, okay. If you want to, okay, here we go.
And
You
whatever.
You want all 50? Here, I'll give you. Here are the 56 that I'm counting.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Superman Doomsday, Justice League The New Frontier, Batman Gotham Knight, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern First Flight, Superman Batman Public Enemies, Justice League Crisis on Two Earths, Batman Under the Red Hood, Superman Batman Apocalypse, All-Star Superman, Green Lantern Emerald Knights, Batman Year One, Justice League Doom, Superman versus the Elite, Batman The Dark Knight Returns Part 1, Batman The Dark Knights Part 2, Superman Unbound, Justice League The Flashpoint Paradox, Justice League War, Son of Batman, Batman Arkham, Assault on Arkham, Justice League Throne of Atlantis, Batman versus Robin, Justice League Gods and Monsters, Batman Bad Blood, Justice League versus Teen Titans, Batman The Killing Joke, Justice League Dark, Teen Titans The Judas Contract, Batman and Harley Quinn, Batman Gotham by Gaslight, Suicide Squad, Hell to Pay, The Death of Superman, Reign of the Superman, Justice League versus the Fatal Five, Batman Hush, Wonder Woman Bloodline, Superman Red Sun, Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, Superman Man of Tomorrow, Batman Soul of the Dragon, Justice Society World War II, Batman The Long Halloween Part 1, Batman The Long Halloween Part 2, Injustice, Catwoman Hunted, Green Lantern Beware My Power, Batman and Superman Battle of the Super Sons, Legion of the Superheroes, Batman The Doom That Came to Gotham, Justice League Cross RWBY Superheroes and Huntsman Part 1 and Part 2, Justice League War World, Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths Part 1, 2, and 3.
And
Take
a
your breath.
partridge in a pear tree.
that's good. I don't know if Ruby would be in the timeline.
Actually, those are the two I don't own. I didn't know anything
I mean,
about
it's good.
Ruby,
It's
so
a
I
fine.
didn't buy them.
It's a fine movie. Very fun. Megan Fitzmartin, very good at a very good writer. Very good at what she does.
So even if you take Ruby out, then we're to 54. I can do math.
I'm not sure. Let's leave it in.
Okay,
leave it in.
56.
Was Batman Ninja on that list? He went really fast.
Batman Ninja was not on that list.
If it's not on the list, then Ruby goes out, I suppose.
Okay. Which I agree with you. I thought Batman Ninja would be on there. So
Batman Ninja just got a sequel.
Judas Contract.
Yeah,
did you say it?
Oh yeah, I said Judas Contract
You said
because it comes
Judas
right
Contract,
after. Because it comes
We
right
went
after.
into
Justice
Warp
League
Speed
Dark.
for one thing of 8. I was
sounded
like,
like
well, there go all of mine, and I didn't hear but one. I heard the first one. I didn't hear Batman Hush either.
Oh no,
It's
it
on
was
No,
the
he
there.
said it. No,
I
he
said it. I
Yep.
said it. It was in
quick.
between Justice League versus the Fatal Five and Wonder Woman Bloodlines.
Yes.
Oh, damn. Good job, Scott.
You're welcome. Who needs to
And
breathe?
You didn't stumble all that much, too. You know.
Wow.
You
Take
did-
it.
you did
Sit down.
pretty
Take a frosty sip of your bourbon.
Woodford Reserve.
You know,
It's a victory.
in an hour, you got to do it again and fast.
Hey, I drunk Scott is an impressive Scott. This
yeah.
has been proven on this vodka stream.
It's also true.
Drunk Scott's a happy Scott. He's yeah.
I'm a happy drunk.
Entertaining, Scott.
Yes, I
Very entertaining.
am. I give hugs too, apparently.
Yes.
So
Yes. Virtual hugs.
hey,
But
and then 2 years ago, I gave you all real hugs. So
yes,
there you
that's
go.
very true.
True.
Yeah, we all
Very
did meet up at one point.
The first time in 5 years. It's really weird, Ernie, to make friends over the internet for 5 years and then to finally meet each other in person.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I know. So William, Vegas, but Phil and Chris, what time zone? Where are we working with? Where are you from?
I am outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, so I'm Eastern time zone. So it's getting close to 1 a.m. on my side.
Yeah.
I am north of Dave. I'm in Sacramento, California, Pacific Standard Time.
You're north of Ernie too.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Are you based in LA?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
That makes
Dave,
sense.
where are you exactly around here?
San Jacinto, Riverside County. Yeah.
So that's like a couple hours from me, huh?
Oh yeah, that's probably about 2 hours from LA area. Yeah.
I remember doing a
But with
book-
traffic, it's about 5.
Oh yeah. I remember doing a book signing in a Barnes and Noble, I think in Riverside, and I was like,
Yeah, Riverside,
This
the city.
this is
Yeah.
a long way away. When I said yes, I thought, well, that's in the LA vicinity.
Nothing
It's
short.
not.
Yeah. Anytime that I'll get invites to go to like, oh yeah, you want to go see a screening for this movie. And then it's like, oh yeah, it's on a Tuesday at 5 p.m. in LA. And I'm going, no. I'm like, fuck that. I'm like, no, that's gonna. I'll have to leave at like 2. I don't even, and I'm like, I got a day job. I can't just, do that. So yeah,
You won't come to mine, and you could get to Vegas quicker than you could get around LA, but
probably
you never come to mine. So,
yeah.
You gotta do a remote one time. You get over here, whatever. Yeah. We'll meet in the South Bay. We'll meet in
no. Yeah, I'll gladly. Yeah, I there's just times where I go like, all right, is it worth it? I'm like, this movie, no, I'll just see it opening night, But if there's special occasions and stuff like that, yeah, I'll make my way out there and stuff. Like, what I've got. I remember I trucked out there for Godzilla -1 premiere. Zack Snyder stuff, Rebel Moon stuff that happened last year. I made it out there but yeah, it's I have to like go, okay, this is going to be an entire day because, I'm going to be in traffic for at least 4 hours back and forth, because it'll take like 2+ hours to get out there and it won't take as long to get back usually, but it's still just like, yeah, LA is just such a pain to get into. I tell you, easy to get out of though.
Interesting.
But, yeah. It's usually how it is because anytime like something happens, like, all right, so then it goes into the evening and then you just drive out of there. There's barely any traffic getting out, but getting in, no matter what time of day, it's like, ugh.
Oh, wait, I don't know, Dave. 2 a.m. when you dropped me off at LAX.
Oh yeah, remember that shit? Jeez.
Yeah, that wasn't too terrible. Not gonna.
That wasn't terrible. Oh yeah, that's right. I dropped off Scott. That was on Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was on a Sunday, and then
Sunday going to Monday. Yeah.
You Sunday going to Monday. Yeah.
So to update you, Ernie. So basically, Zack Snyder, who we all love and appreciate, he was holding an event 2 years ago that basically he showed, it was like an event to meet with fans and fans meet each other and blah blah blah. And he screened Man of Steel, Batman vs Superman, and then he screened at an IMAX at the University City Walk. He screened his Justice League movie. The Warner Brothers gave him the go ahead to, hey, go ahead and screen. So we got to see his Justice League movie, Zack Snyder's Justice League, on a big IMAX screen. And that was April of 2023. So yeah, yep. Scott and Phil, sadly William and Phil couldn't join, but hey, maybe next time.
It was my first time going to California.
I couldn't even. Yeah, I had the Lloyd Kaufman event that week. I couldn't go anyway.
I was out of the country.
Yeah, you're.
I hadn't been to LA in like 20 years.
The worst excuse I've heard, Chris.
Worst excuse.
Well, you can tell that to my wife. I don't know if she'd consider it a word. She was with me, so.
Yes, but your still book was with me, so
yes.
And
then Phil got the handoff, so it's back there next to the Holy Grail, literally the Holy Grail.
Right. Phil's the lighting. I must ask questions about the lighting. Is it a black light? Is it a complete black light thing?
So this one's actually.
Why isn't there a black light shirt going? And also, when you're reclining in this light, I keep waiting for you to just go into as K Billy Super
actually,
70s.
It's actually blue. I can change the color, but here's the typical light.
It's like you're in Mr. Freeze hideout. Yeah, there you go.
That's the white one. This is green.
Oh yeah, get the blue back. Green. I like it.
I like green. I'm digging the green.
Sometimes I'll do red. Like when I was streaming my Nintendo Switch 2 stuff the other day, I was doing it in red light. That worked out pretty well.
This one is kind of like you might be stalked by a predator.
They're like Predator 2 when they were in the freezer. When they were in the freezer, and they were.
If he gets a bowler hat on with a question mark,
Oh yeah.
Which Ernie. So that brings me to the one thing we did not get to talk about.
Oh,
the Fan-imated stream, which was Green Lantern. Beware my power.
And look at that damn steelbook. It's way better than the one I got.
That's dope.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah,
Good focus.
Here we go. The ring light keeps on reflecting off the steelbook, but
it looks good.
Now, hold on. Let's
open it up.
Yeah.
There goes the disc. Ah.
Wow, look at that.
Wow.
The destroyed power battery. So yes.
I'll tell you what. That's been That's been a childhood ruiner, also.
Yeah, I know.
Now this one. Now, okay.
I
Ernie,
never understood that.
I never understood.
I
that.
enjoyed it. I did.
Because here's
Yeah.
the thing: when I was not the biggest fan of the Tomorrowverse films, with the exception of I loved the Long Halloween adaptation, and
Tim Sheridan.
and in my Tomorrowverse rankings, right underneath the Long Halloween was Beware My Power. I really enjoyed Beware My Power. It took it, and in my review I wrote in Letterboxd, I was like, okay, it feels like a good old fashioned issue of mystery in space, and because you got to work with Jon Stewart, you got to work with the Rand Thanagar War, and then you kind of slip in the Sinestro Corps War a little bit there at the end, and I will admit I saw the twist coming, but that's only because I've read this shit. So it's like
Yeah.
I'm a writer's
I'll
worst.
one.
I'm a writer's worst nightmare because it's like I've read all this stuff. So whatever you're about to do, it's like I'm guessing what you're about to do because it's like I bet you this is what's going to happen because it's going to be like this. I'm a son of a bitch like that. But I really enjoyed it. And like I said, for someone who was not a big fan of the Tomorrowverse movies, this ranks as my number 2 right underneath Long Halloween. So I do not. I've heard people's complaints about how Hal Jordan gets treated in the movie. And I just say kiss my ass because it works so well for the story. And it was
I had no
John's
problems with it.
and it was John's movie in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
My biggest.
But it could. God, there could. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. There was a back and forth. There was a back and forth of you know. I think it's still there. It's still there in that what we could have done. I think a lot what people were expecting, and sometimes when they expect something and don't get it, it's even worse.
Yes.
But
don't let your expectations become.
The easier thing to do would have been pull out Parallax from Hal and let Hal and Jon Stewart defeat Parallax. But it's Jon Stewart's movie, and we wanted him to do it himself. And so in the end, I think that decision was made higher than me that we were going to go this way. But that Zeta beam that comes by scoops up that body, so he's not dead. And I believe he does come back in Crisis. You see him all over the place, and that is an Elseworlds also, right? So we're not doing it in our. That's one of my favorites of being when I embrace the childhood ruiner. Is
I'm gonna get you a shirt that says "Childhood Ruiner."
Oh my God, that would be good.
That's what you need to wear to Comic-Con. That needs to become your Comic-Con shirt. Yes.
That would be sweet. But when they go, you've ruined Green Lantern for me.
Forever,
like,
ever.
Really?
All that.
The features? I've ruined any live action version that might come 10 years down the road.
Have you seen Ryan Reynolds' movie? Have you seen it?
I have.
So good.
1995.
I am so freaking good. Did I pre-ruin? Like I was the staff writer on Green Lantern the animated series. Did I ruin that also because of this? But that was the call. We made it, and it was really, Jim Krieg had this really great idea that he wanted to do a road trip in space with an improbable character. So that was Green Lantern. And it was Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness / what was adapted to Apocalypse Now. We're going up the river. We're going up the river to find the mystery. That is the story of Green Lantern, Beware My Power. And then you also got to put in like a tremendous thumbs up to Jimmy Simpson, right? You know, who I just watched in that Black Mirror. I'm so glad they rebooted it, or not rebooted it, but did another episode of the USS
Yeah, the Star Trek one kind of thing. Yeah.
Coolest.
Callister.
Yeah.
There you go.
But all during the thing, and I think we were on the panel together, and I didn't say anything, but I was just like, man, can you do Lyle the intern from Letterman? Like, sometimes I would imagine that in Green Arrow, which he like knocked out of the park, I'm like, I'd like some more Lyle the intern in that one. Hey, how you doing, John? You got to take it easy. Nobody. I'm getting a blank stare here. Wow.
Now,
Sorry.
remember back in, I don't know if you guys were collecting them in the 90s, but when they first brought in Kyle Rayner, Parallax, the whole situation, those guys got death threats for pushing out Hal Jordan in 95. Because I remember that, and it was my second year in business, and the hilarious thing about it was they were about to cancel that book. Green Lantern, after they were evaluating that book, and it was up for cancellation. Volume 3, I think it was. So it would have been its third cancellation. It wasn't going anywhere. And after the Reign of Superman story, the Destruction Coast, they took a risk, and they got, for what social media was back in the which was not much, but letter writing campaigns. There was a guy who put up a hate AOL, a hate site, because when they killed him, when they destroyed, when he thought he was dead, so that they could make room for Kyle Rayner, it ramped up. I mean, so everything that they did in that 3-year period, but no one was buying the book. I mean, no one. You couldn't line a birdcage with the Green Lantern at that time. Nobody was buying it. And it's when I look back now, 20 some odd years later, if I don't think that character ever drifts back into relevancy if they don't do what they did then.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I mean, I know it was going down at that point. I gotta say, I was following it at that time. I guess I was nowhere near. Nope, not at that time. So I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, it was on its way out. They had stopped putting it on the solicitations because once you stop seeing it back then, once you stop seeing it 3 months out, that means that book's possibly back then was about to be canceled. And no one was buying that book. And it was sad because it's Green Lantern. But once they brought in, once they ended Trinity, and then they went into Emerald Twilight, and then they brought in Kyle Rayner, and they made a bold decision because they killed off Hal Jordan as a way to tell you guys, if you're waiting around for Hal Jordan to come back as Green Lantern, it's not happening. And once that settled in, the book took off. I mean, they had the Glow in the Dark issue 50. And then from that point on, that book was a consistent, not the greatest seller, but it was consistent all the way up to Rebirth. That character and what they did with it and the stories that they launched from it. And then the whole Parallax with the Yellow Imperial, all that kind of stuff what Jeff Johns did. It was fine, but they waited 15 years to do it. They didn't blink. They did that the same time that they did the Spider Clone, where the original plan was for Ben Reilly to have been the original Peter Parker. But the difference between the two is one blinked and the other one didn't. And Spider-Man basically became a Carnage and Venom vessel for the next 2 years after that.
It's crazy how, we talked about this on Fan-imated. We talked about this on Fan-imated when Green Lantern was introduced in Superman, the animated series. It was Kyle Rayner, not Hal Jordan. And that was like the reason why is because in the comics, he was the main dude at that time.
He had been Green Lantern for about 2 years at that point. Yeah. So they gave him Hal Jordan's backstory.
Yeah.
But it was Kyle. Kyle was the Green Lantern when they introduced him into the animated universe. And that's what happened a lot of times in the animated universe is they used whoever was the current iteration of the character. That's why Tim Drake became the second Robin, but he had Jason Todd's backstory.
Yeah.
People love making fun of that one, but it is what it is. But it's
they have I think this is like in Doctor Who. Yep. Your doctor is wherever you got in.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, true.
So like a lot of people are Jon Stewart fans because of Justice League Unlimited, right? Or
Yep.
no, sorry, what's the name of the cartoon?
It's Justice
League and Unlimited,
and Justice League Unlimited. Yeah, but that was
Justice
Jon Stewart.
League and, right? That was Dwayne McDuffie. It's like, come on, let's give it to John, and it's awesome. You know that's their Green Lantern, and when that show came out, when Superman the animated series came out and had Kyle Rayner in it, that became a lot of people's Green Lantern. Mm-hmm. I mean, for me, it's like all the Silver Age guys, I guess. You know, even though I started in the Bronze Age, they were still the same basically. Barry Allen, and Hal Jordan.
Interesting.
Well, but I agree, because I'm the same way. It's like, for me with the Doctor, it's not even the first Doctor I saw. It was the first Doctor that I got to watch week to week. So it's kind of like Dance with the One Who Brung You. You always get.
That would have been what, David Tennant for you? David Tennant? That would have been number 9 for you?
My first Doctor actually was Eccleston. I was in Liverpool in March of 2005, the night the reboot aired. I was sitting in a hostel in Liverpool, and everyone was so excited. And I spent the entire month. It was Easter weekend, and that was when Rose aired. So Christopher Eccleston.
I remember that.
So Christopher Eccleston was my first Doctor, but and then I binged all of it. But when Matt Smith got introduced, that was when BBC America stopped doing them like delayed. That was like same day they were airing in England on BBC One. Yeah. They were airing them Saturday nights on BBC America. So Matt Smith became my Doctor, because I was getting to watch, instead of me like watching DVDs and catching up, Matt Smith was the one I was watching, every Saturday night on a weekly basis. It was my appointment television.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Sci-Fi Channel blew it. Sci-Fi Channel was the one that they had from 2015, because you had a 16-year gap from Sylvester McCoy, I think, from 1989 all the way up to 2005, and you had the movie in the middle in 1996. So you had a 16-year gap. And when Sci-Fi Channel, the artist formerly known as Sci-Fi Channel, the West Indies Sci-Fi Channel, they had a run where they had they made Friday nights. Even in the digital cable era, you had to be at home, because you had Battlestar Galactica, Stargate, Doctor Who, 1, 2, 3, and then in the late 90s, Farscape, all of those. And what they did is once Sci-Fi Channel had 5 years or so, they decided they didn't want to pay, they didn't want to have on a channel. They decided they wanted to do Sharknado shit instead, another stream. And then BBC took it back, and that's where you got Matt Smith. And for me, my first one was number 4, because number 4 was the first one that was widely broadcast in America.
Right, Tom Baker.
PBS.
Yeah, Tom Baker.
PBS.
Yeah,
he was along. He had 7 years. He was 1974. Into 1981, and that was where a lot of Americans in that era saw him, because prior to that, we didn't have BBC. We didn't have any of that stuff. And then after that, you could start watching it on PBS. And then sometimes Nickelodeon would show some of the old British stuff. But yeah, Doctor Who, I watched it. I've seen every episode from Earthly Child all the way up to the last one that aired. So I love Doctor Who.
I haven't watched all of them, but every extant episode, and even every release of the ones they've reconstructed with animation, because they had all the audio tracks.
Oh, like the Plan 9 with the Micro Men, where they had to have the animation. Yeah. They had a sock puppet. They had sock puppets do them, because they had lost them, Plan 9, and it was the Cybermen. The first appearance of the Cybermen, they lost them because they would record over them. And I'm like,
there was also a fire at the BBC, and a lot of those. Yeah. Well, they would toss them out, because they were like, we don't need to hold on to them. But yeah, I've got the shelf, about 3 shelves across here. I have the complete collection of every extant adventure of Doctor Who, from William Hartnell all the way through Capaldi. So yeah.
I got in a little bit on the Eccleston, but David Tennant, man,
I get it.
I love it. And I said, I think that as you top three in a row, those would be my top 3 in a row. I mean, I know that might be heresy. Certainly the most iconic Doctor Who, or at least the Doctor Who costume, it's got to be Tom Baker's
Yeah, the
scarf.
scarf.
The scarf.
I got the
Yeah,
scarf.
the
Yeah,
scarf,
the
yeah.
scarf.
I have the scarf. Yes, it's
I
actually my
would
Kickstarter
see-
profile pic. Is me in the scarf.
I would go to the Comic-Con in the early 90s when it was 90-10 or 95-5 guys to girls. And every now and again, you'd see some guy with floppy curly hair and a scarf and a sweater. And you're like, Doctor Who. I hadn't seen an
knew it
episode. I knew. Right. So is it definitely most iconic is that. Right. But boy, Matt, I mean, they each hit it out of the park in their own way as far as on the reboot, Eccleston, Tennant, and Matt Smith.
Matt Smith for me had the best stories. Matt Smith had that because there were consequences. You're jumping into this. You just meet this guy and you're jumping into this telephone booth with him. He says he's going to take you all these places, and very rarely are there real life consequences. With Amy Pond and Rory, when the Pandorica opens, there were serious consequences to hanging around with this crazy man, especially with the Weeping Angels. I mean, it was some intense storytelling that they took to a different level. Peter Capaldi didn't have enough time. That was just another 2.5 year.
No, and also and Moffat was kind of at the end of his he was kind of winding down. Like Matt Smith benefited from having Moffat becoming the showrunner and getting the best stories, and Capaldi had great performances, and I still love his I'm Scottish, I can be angry now, I have angry eyebrows. I love that his first appearance at the time of the angry eyebrows
when he
regenerated. Yes.
So okay.
Matt Smith has the best regeneration speech. Matt Smith has the best speech. When he was on his way out, his regeneration speech is the best in Doctor Who, period.
His goodbye, that is the most beautiful goodbye. It's wonderful.
The one that pissed me off and was so sad was Tennant. It's like old guy locks himself in things like, no. But okay,
well, yeah,
so what episode might you think that Constantine House of Mystery, the main subplot is he keeps
know the answer.
We
talked about this.
What Doctor Who episode did Jim and I model that after?
That's on you, William.
I wouldn't know.
He broke up.
I'm still early in my who
Heaven Sent with Pete Capaldi. Remember, he's trying the story about the bird with the beak chipping away. He keeps getting killed. He's punching this diamond thing. It's harder than diamond, 10,000, and it takes 10,000, 100,000 years.
It's the penultimate episode of his first season. First or second season.
Amazing.
It's a great episode.
It's 8-minute montage of when he keeps getting killed, and there's voiceover and the music and everything when he finally breaks through. That it might be my favorite episode of all time, even though I like Tennant and all of those others. I think, I mean, there's Weeping Angels, there's the Vincent Van Gogh one,
The Girl Who Waited.
The Girl Who Waited
is probably, out of all these episodes, is in my top 5. And when the other Amy Pond comes to her and they can't let her in, and I'm like, wow, man, that was deep. The Girl Who Waited. But most of my, like I said, the Pandorica opens when Rory had to keep waiting. Angels in New York, obviously, when how that ended was kind of tragic, but it was their time to go off the show. But yeah, this Matt Smith, David Tennant really did a lot of the heavy lifting though, because Christopher Ellis, he made a mistake leaving after that year. He couldn't get along with the showrunner. Something was going down, but David Tennant established it back in America. He basically did the equivalent of what Tom Baker did in the late 70s, early. He established Doctor Who as something that you needed to watch. And then Sci-Fi Channel, rest in peace, they backed the hell out of that for those 5 years, man. The drums, the end of time, towards the end where he meets the Master.
Bad Wolf.
And the Master just, Yeah, bad. All of that, and all that whole,
That's
and
really
then the
good
silence
stuff.
later on with Matt Smith. I mean, it was just really,
Oh, the silence
good.
is also cool. All right.
yeah.
I mean,
and
you guys were
that was
crazy.
creepy.
I think Phil and Chris are not speaking enough. So I gotta go. I think, but
Okay.
three.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Oh,
it's-
I'm still,
made
I
it.
mean, I'll be
Yeah.
honest. Like, I'm still very early in Who. Like, I've just started with Martha.
I haven't
joining-
watched.
I'm
Doctor Who.
joining
Doctor
as
Who's-
companion. So,
Oh, okay, so you're in you're in the third series
Yeah.
of the reboot if you're with
Mhm.
Martha. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm going to tell you this though. I'm excited for you because next series when you get to meet Donna.
Oh man, Donna Noble. Donna Noble.
I've-
Donna Noble. Oh, she's a great
I've
companion.
met Donna already. in
I know,
the
but you're going to
Christmas, yeah.
really meet Donna.
I didn't have a high opinion of
Yeah.
Donna until I rewatched the Christmas episode, and then I had a better opinion.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the recent one? You watched the recent one?
No.
Recent Christmas
I'm
special
talking
with her?
about like
Okay.
when she was first introduced.
When she was first introduced. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because she goes through an evolution that's really kind of man.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has
Yeah, I don't
probably
wanna
the
spoil it for you.
best evolution.
Yes.
I don't know if she's my number one. I don't want to say sidekick, but co-conspirator. I think I'm an Amy Pond person.
I'm
Yeah,
with you,
Amy
Ernie.
Pond pays the
Amy's
highest
with
price.
me, yes.
Yeah.
It also helps
Yeah.
she's a redhead. That not gonna lie, that helps. No.
Okay.
I have a type. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie.
Apparently, yeah.
So now you got to turn it lecherous, Scott. Why do you got to do that?
Because that is what I do when I've been drinking for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
He's classy
No,
like that.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna make 3 hours. I'm gonna make 3 hours. I got 9 minutes.
Okay, 9 minutes, and you're gonna be okay.
9
Yeah, I
minutes.
think Chris.
Last question.
Last question. Okay, so we have to make
anybody
these
from the
quick.
cheap seats? What's up?
Yes. Yeah. Does anybody have anything? Because, like I said, we've talked to them, dude. Phil, Chris, William. Do you have anything that you might have?
First of all, I feel bad because I'm not really a Doctor Who guy.
Yeah, I'm not a big Doctor Who fan either. So
I have,
no,
I have
I mean,
almost
yeah, I
nothing
mean,
to
I'm a
contribute.
fan.
Like I know who the actors are. Like I know Christopher Eccleston. I know Matt Smith.
David
I know
Tennant.
Tennant. Like I know the names. Peter Capaldi. Like they've been in other things that I've watched. But then I've got friends and family. Like they start talking about Doctor Who, and it's just over
Yeah.
my head. I'm like, I
Yeah.
get it on
only-
like a
there's only
surface
been
level, but
You did the right thing. You stayed quiet. Like I was in Romulus. I was like,
yeah.
yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
What part did you like? best?
There's
Screw
xenomorphs
you,
in there.
Dave.
And I'll tell you what. Like I said, I'm still early in it. Seeing, like, just having Rose, especially the goodbye she gives at that point with
Rose
when
is
she has to go, like that really broke me a little bit. Just seeing like
It broke him. It broke Tennant's.
Yeah.
You see how he responds? I don't know if you're
Yeah,
at the
no,
same
yeah.
level.
Mhm.
And the theme throughout Tennant, and it lasts all the way throughout his regeneration, is the Doctor has an inherent need for companionship,
yeah.
even though he can't really equate the risk that he's putting people into. So that Tennant's whole entire arc was about companionship and not wanting to be alone. He consistently loses people throughout the 5 years. You see how many people he has after Rose, and it wears on him. And that's
Yeah.
and they keep that a theme all the way throughout the Matt Smith era. Because remember, Amy Pond, it wasn't just a companion. It was these were people, these were family to him, and it started with Rose. And he always, when it all is said and done, he regenerates. They go somewhere. They get locked into some universe. She literally got locked into another universe.
Mhm.
So yeah, that was a consistent theme, was his loneliness, which is not something that they featured in the previous iterations pre-89. It was just him being goofy. These people are like, yeah, I'll jump in this telephone booth with you and go risk our lives and risk
Go have some
dying in the
fun.
middle of time. Yeah, but this time they actually said, okay, what would really happen if you believed in this guy, this crazy man, and shit starts to happen to you? Like Rory and Amy, that's the ultimate. I mean, they've literally their entire lives and the lives of their kids.
Don't tell them because they haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, sorry.
I have no frame of reference to whatever
Yeah,
you're saying. It's not.
I don't think
I was just going to stop him before he gave you a frame of
Yeah,
reference.
never mind.
That was
We'll forget about it. Don't worry.
That is your journey to
by
take.
bringing up that you didn't know anything about it, you just sent us back into 5 more minutes of
Well, no,
Dr.
I mean,
Who.
I'm early. I'm early, so
Yeah, early in. But I did want to, because Rhea had a question that I saw right there, because you're going to be attending Comic-Con this year, right, Ernie?
Yes,
You'll be there.
absolutely.
So if everything goes well, like with the books and everything, will you have like printed copies? You're going to have a booth.
Raya is the Glimmercast?
Yes, she just asked this question right here. She was kind of wondering. She actually helped back it too, by the way. And we'll have, she asked if you're going to have printed copies.
Yeah, well, it's going to be very close.
Because that's July
until June 30th, and then Kickstarter only gives you the money 2 or 3 weeks after, and we're going to use that money to print it.
Yeah.
So if all goes well, yes, but we won't have a table this year. Okay. And we'd only have the 1 comic. We are planning on tabling, and Josh will have some stuff. I'll have some other, stuff from my various projects. It'll look like a yard sale of various stuff that are in my closet that I think some collectors will really like. But next year, by the time Comic-Con rolls around, we could have all 4 floppies at that point. We won't have the graphic novel, but we could have all 4. So the complete set basically will be done at that point. This time, if we have it, we're both going to be carrying around our backpacks with a bunch of copies in them. Yes, you will. I don't know if will be purchased, or you can use it as a what do you call it? I mean, certainly if I meet you in your store, you can have a sample copy. But,
you're not that far away.
So no, I don't think we'll be selling.
Yeah,
I just can't see it working.
Yeah, it's a little too close. Yeah.
I mean, Josh had half a table because his friend, who's an independent author, they were in the small press area of WonderCon, but he didn't have one for Comic-Con. It's a bigger and harder deal to get in there, to get a table in there. So unfortunately, I don't think so. But if there is, we'll have stickers. We'll have stickers.
Stickers.
Stickers. I mean, you're already gonna have them, Raya.
She's gonna. She's getting the stickers, so that's good at least.
And so right now we're sitting at $2,155, which means you've seen a 10% increase over the course of the stream.
That's the vodka stream bump. That's what they
vodka
do.
Stream bump, yes.
Yeah.
This is amazing, actually. the bump it's kind of the half QVC, half you guys helping out with it, are like. Yeah. Tell you what, if we're close, I don't know. I might just show up again. Definitely.
We will welcome you back anytime, man. You're a delight.
I'll keep it to 2 hours. A hard 2.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Dude, anytime a guest comes on here, like, hour, and it usually lasts longer. Like you said, you probably were keeping it. You thought 2 hours tonight, and here you are, 3 hours.
I usually stay in on Friday so I can have the full work day, not get too blown out, and then work in the morning from like 8 to 11 or 9 to noon, and then I'll go out and watch sports or whatever. But tomorrow, the U.S. men's national team is playing a friendly against Turkey, and I follow them. And even though it's a friendly, I got to see what Poach's boys are going to look like for the World Cup, which is going to be kind of a big thing. I don't know. Oh boy, I guess it's blank faces.
I know. I was like, is that soccer? Or
yeah, it's soccer. It's like the worst.
You said World Cup. Yeah. I'm more of a baseball, football guy.
I'm college football. I'm Alabama. I mean, seriously, what else am I going to be?
Basketball over here.
Yeah.
When you
got
said World Cup, though, I was like, all right, that's got to be soccer.
pro and college football and soccer, but then I got God, soccer might be it's college football number one. I think pro football number two, and then soccer is now ahead. It passed the NBA a while ago, and then
Crazy how that is. Yeah.
the major leagues, baseball, because I really like. I follow like all the leagues. I could go on a nerd show and talk Premier League too. And Bundesliga or La Liga. You just watch where the Americans end up and see if they start. It's like, how are they doing? And it's like, we have the most talented people, but they just aren't talented as a group so far. So gotta hope.
Ooh, it's kind of hard for a team sport there.
It's they got to gel at the right time, and I think they're gonna. Good thoughts here. But,
hey, yeah, you're giving some positivity to your team. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
But yeah, no, I'm sorry. Back to
no. Hey, you know what, Ernie? I mean, you made it 3 hours, man. Look at you. Look at you.
Oh yes, William Powell. Well, okay. To get the stickers, you got to put a comment on there with hashtag vodka stream.
Yeah.
And not because I think anybody that buys during a show should get them, right? But the thing is, we're gonna forget who ordered what, and at the end, we're gonna go to the activity page, which is behind here, and we're gonna see who has those comments. So even if someone listens to this later, if they just put on the you got to buy something printed, of course, so we can put the stickers in there, and then you got to do hashtag of whatever podcast I'm on, or so that I will know to give you the stickers. So that's the only thing I fear. I will try and scroll it on a note, which will go into the note pile. And there's like 87 of those, and some of them, yeah. I would go back and write a comment. Thank you.
I'll edit my donation to put a little thing on there. Plus, I put it in our chat too, so we're good. And I reposted your campaign.
Yes, and you guys need a hook up too. Have them on your channel.
We'll do it online.
To promote.
We'll definitely. Yeah, because like I said, we've raised money for stuff. So I think we're pretty kind of decent at it.
Friend me. I mean, and look at it. I'm looking for podcasts. I know people. Gary, super PR guy, goes, do not do this because you will be inundated. And I'm like, I need to be inundated. We're going to do 4 issues. Nobody in their right minds, except for you guys, maybe.
We're definitely.
You think we're in our right mind?
We're not in our right mind.
None of us are.
That's what it is.
Basically, I need to be on like 5 times in the next 2 years.
You're welcome back anytime, Ernie.
So yeah. But it's going to be a lot of issues, and I don't care, big or small. I think I help grow the small ones to become bigger ones, and if some giant podcast wanted me on, of course. But I think it's very interesting to talk about this type of stuff, and I've been fortunate enough to be involved in some of it. If I wasn't writing this stuff, I would be doing probably what you guys are doing on the side, and not as well as you. Certainly the technical stuff would be beyond me, but I would love to talk. I have a slot every week to just talk on. I call it geek stuff or nerd stuff, but I do that in the complimentary way, man. I call myself a geek, comic book nerd since childhood.
Yeah.
And Comic-Con geek before it was fancy. Before people were coming down in studios, there was like it was just.
Remember the hotel? Remember the Omni?
No, I'm not that early. I did not get out. I mean, I would have gone, but I was on the East Coast at that time. I had to.
Yeah.
I only got
early days, right?
Stuff. Yeah, so
I was going to in the late '80s. It was the Omni. It was a little itty bitty hotel. And you know, after going there for 2 years, they switched it to the place it's at now. But yeah, I went. It was downtown San Diego. It was a hotel called the Omni, and that was Comic-Con. And
when I
that
was first
before
going, it was still half. I mean, not a lot of the booths. You know, the people, like semi-famous people selling autographs. There had to be 20 ex-Playmates there. I got to talk to Barbie Benton. I mean, she's like, you know, Hugh Hefner's one of his wives and Playmate of the Year of 1968 or something, right? They're all over there. And they got kind of shunted out after like Twilight. They got shunted out. But I mean, you would go into a room and some of the biggest things, this was before Buffy the Vampire Slayer started it, then probably one of the first Spider-Man movies nailed it to where we're going to do a screening here, and they found out they got like thousands of articles and all this like nerd culture stuff helped them on the big opening. But I remember going to see every single time. Jackie Chan would make 3 movies a year, right? Yeah. And he'd always be there for one.
That's
and then
awesome.
he'd just like come down on the stage, shake hands and stuff, and talk to you.
That guy seems like one of the nicest guys in the world, man. I love it.
Yeah, he seemed like it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, who the hell's going to F with Jackie Chan?
Yeah, exactly. No cross.
Got to be out your damn mind, right? I mean, but all right, man.
All right.
I made it.
You made it. You made it 3 hours. Look at you.
All right. Whew.
All right. This has been fun, Ernie. And like I said, we got some backers for you, some Altbackers, I should say. But when it comes
God,
yeah, no, I totally did that. I had to make that joke. But yeah, we have 47. We were up to 47, 2155. This has been great. Thank you to everybody who did that. Oh, we just lost William. He just popped out on accident. He probably hit a wrong button. But no, Ernie, this has been fantastic. You're welcome back anytime to join in the conversation with whatever we're talking about. And we'd love to pick your brain. And you're just a delight, man. Great
we'll
talking.
See. Right now, you guys are a little half in the bag, but
I'm pretty. Yeah.
I would pop in. I would pop in the next couple of Fridays.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. To see how we're doing and make a push. Okay.
Yeah, we can make a push this month. You can come back next week. Come back the week after the whole month of June.
Very well. But so thanks a lot, guys, and seriously, everybody out there. I mean, if we do advertise something, maybe we're catching people by surprise. But if there's more questions about DC stuff from the audience, anything on the IMDb, happy to answer. All right.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I mean, it's fans like you that do your 4 or 5 hour show. Listen to you ramble sometimes incoherently. Come back week after week that are the fandom that support things like indie comics, and it's just I can't tell you how appreciative I am for this project, but really I think that I would speak for comic book creators everywhere that like without people to support the crazy and weird indie comics, they just wouldn't be out there, and it's great. All right.
Certainly our pleasure, man. It's certainly our pleasure. And you have a good rest of the night, and hopefully enjoy watching soccer tomorrow.
Ernie.
Hopefully you're not
Great chatting with you, man.
Yeah, hopefully you're not too hungover. You'll be all right. Yeah.
I only did the one. It was hefty one, but after 3 hours, I think I've absorbed most of it.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I didn't have any like random side trails where I forgot what we were talking about. So pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Right?
I like it. All right, Ernie. Great talking.
Bye.
Ernie.
Take it easy. What a great guy.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking love talking to that guy. I mean, geez, yeah. And if he wants to come on like every Friday for like this whole month, I'm gonna send him an invite. I don't care.
Yeah.
I love talking to that guy.
I mean, if we can make the kind of progress that we made tonight, I mean,
Dude.
make the goal.
Dude,
right?
I was so happy with that. And hey, William's back. But yeah, I was happy
Sorry
with
about
the
that.
fact that
My internet just crashed.
it's okay. It's okay, but I know Chris, you're gonna take off too.
I'm gonna
so.
take off, but as always, gentlemen,
Yes.
great talking with y'all. Y'all have a great weekend, and as always, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga and check out Marvel Alliance on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time. This week we talked about Fantastic Four, Marvel not going to Hall H, and what the heck happened with the Black Panther video game.
No, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So, but
all right, thanks, Chris.
Good evening. Great weekend.
All right, take it easy.
And I'm gonna need to go myself. So.
Yeah, you're gonna go too. Yeah.
I got to build.
I know. I get it.
I got to build a fence tomorrow.
Yeah, Ernie's gone. You gotta leave Scott. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
no.
I'm kidding.
Dude.
I get it. Trust me. I'm just giving you shit because
I know
that's what I do.
That's what you do. So, of course, you can find me on X at ScottDC27, on Vero at Scott McClellan. You can follow me on Letterboxd, where you can read my 4-star review of Ballerina. So go check that out. And as I mentioned on DC Fan-imated, we'll be recording actually right before DC Fan-imated next Wednesday. So I'm going to be doing my own marathon like you do.
Yeah, like I do.
Make sure you subscribe to the 602 Club, where I will be talking with Matt, and we'll be doing a full-blown discussion about Ballerina that will probably come out in the next week. So check that out.
All right, Scott, love you. Talk to you later, man.
Good to see you, man. Right. Take care.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see
Bye.
You. But yeah, William, make sure you connect with Ernie. Let's push this thing. I want to see this be successful. So if you get them on your channel, get a little push. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You hear me, William?
Yeah, I definitely have them on my PlayStation. Yeah, I'm coming in and out. Something's with the
internet's fucking up.
I think Brainiac got a hold of his internet connection.
That's probably what happened. Yeah, he's interrupting his feed.
Yep.
No, but yeah, we should do that. And
very
then
high.
Hey,
yeah.
I mean, Phil, I don't know if you even want to I don't know if you want to have guests on your show, So
I mean, I have my solo show on Friday. Yeah. That's just kind of it. Maybe for the Eternal Night, that would be cool to have him come on and talk Justice of Dark. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Even talk to maybe even talk to Jordan about getting him on
Council.
Yeah. I just want to see this successful because I really like this idea, and he's such a cool guy. And it was like, I had no idea who he was. I mean, I've watched his work and seen his name, but just didn't even register until Scott, said,
I will talk to Jordan because Jordan's also a pretty big Ben 10 guy too.
Yeah. Talk to Jordan. Yeah. I'll even hit him up myself too. I'll be like, hey man, try to get this guy on your stream to promote this. So then we can get it to its goal. And even then some, so then we can get this thing happening. I mean, I was, and kudos to everybody out there who donated and everything, I was like going on. I was like, all right, hopefully we can get some kind of traction. And we got, when we started, it was at 16, 17, 18. I don't know. I forgot what it was but no matter what, we upped it by over 10%. So that's good in my book right there. So
progress is progress.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then the fact that he was just so wowed by that, so that's good. That's good. But I did what, he did bring up somebody brought up the fact that I think, it was Chris before he left. The fact that, Marvel's not going to be at Comic-Con, and Gunn said he's bringing Peacemaker to Comic-Con. Yeah. Okay. So Phil, you saw the CCXP thing. Did we even? I don't think we know about it.
I saw the cricket thing. I saw him eat a.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
That whole thing. That was so funny because people got really up in arms with that. Like, they're eating crickets. I'm like, guys, if you're down there, anybody would have done. It's a delicacy down there. First off, I get it. It's not a delicacy here, but it was a delicacy there. They got put on the spot. And when they did it, both Cena and Gunn freaking went bah and did it, and they got a cheer. they were pleasing the audience. I mean,
Right.
the fact, dude, you don't even know because you're not even on Twitter. But man, here's the DC Studios head, guys. It's like, come on, you get put on the spot. Anybody's gonna do that, especially you're promoting fucking comic book movies and doing all this stuff. It's like, come on now.
I did see that, like, when one of the panels was done, you know, James Gunn said, "Yeah, watch it on HBO Max because Max sucks." I was like, "Oh, he's not wrong."
Yeah, he's not wrong. But it was funny because the first wave of, like, when they first came on stage for like a little Q&A thing from the host,
Yeah.
Cena was on a good one. He was on
Yeah.
a fucking good one where he couldn't stay sitting down, and it was funny. And I'm like going, Jesus Christ. I'm like, and Gunn is just trying to be like, he's just smiling and trying to keep up. But it was like, he was like, dude, like Cena's energy was like insane. But it worked because Cena's a wrestler. He's a fucking, that's what he does.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like he has to have that energy to control an entire arena of people. So he knew exactly what he was doing. I know people are like, oh, what's he on? And blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, maybe. Who knows? Maybe there could have been something, or maybe he just had a big fucking cup of coffee. Who knows? Yeah.
John Cena doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who
Don't
would
feel like a druggie. No,
he wouldn't partake in substance, anything. Like, you know, we're talking about a guy who came from the WWE world. You know, he keeps pretty fit. I mean, obviously, you're going to have to be kind of fit to put on that goofy ass fucking costume with the toilet helmet. But joking aside, like, seriously, the man takes care of himself, and I think he was probably just high on life. I mean,
totally.
Going to a convention like that, being surrounded by so many people, it's probably given him that same, like, wrestler feel.
That's his drug. That's his
Absolutely.
drug right there.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, Cena doesn't seem. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, hey, you know, if like every now and again, like, he has himself a drink or something like that. I never heard of anything about being sober, but he's not a big drinker. He's not going to be, who knows? I mean, obviously, yeah, you could say something about maybe there's, you know, to help keep shape. Maybe he does some testosterone. Sure. I totally believe that. He's almost 50
something at the very least.
He probably takes some little testosterone, but it's nothing that's going to be, you know, like The Rock takes.
Sure.
Yeah. but I'm joking. But yeah, no, he was on a good one, and I was making jokes about it. And but I saw people like, man, is he cracked out? It's like, no, he's not cracked out. If he was cracked out, he'd be like, "Rah!" Like totally big time. No, he just knows how to control it. He knows that was his element. That's not James Gunn's element. So James Gunn was kind of like, oh shit, like, yeah, I'm gonna try to keep up, but hey, we got to answer questions. But that's not Gunn's element. Gunn's element is directing movies and writing shit and being, you know, doing that and being that was, I mean, it was kind of funny because I was like, to see Gunn just like try to be like, oh shit, this is not my thing. I mean, yeah, I could try. He was trying, he was keeping up, and you know, kudos to Gunn. But man, I could totally tell. And I posted on Twitter when the live stream was happening, that first panel. I posted a GIF of like Jonah Hill from Superbad when he's running the track and he can't fucking keep up. He's like, I was like, this is Gunn right now. Yeah. I mean, but you know, whatever, it's fine. But yeah, it's just with fantastic. Did you buy your Fantastic Four tickets?
So the thing is
I didn't.
If I go, there's a group of us. If I end up going to Comic-Con, there's a group of us who are trying to see the movie at a certain time on Thursday, and someone is buying my ticket, and I will pay them back for it when we get there if I go. So that's kind of where I'm at. So as much as I would love to buy a ticket right now, I also just bought a Nintendo Switch 2. So it's just like, you know, pinch your pennies where you can. But at the same time, it's like, you know.
And you got to realize is that it's the end of July, and it's I know it's a big movie, but it's not an Avengers movie where, you know, that's the thing. It's like I was even talking like when we all went to Ballerina last night. I was there with my dad, my brother, my nephew, and my nephew's best friend, and you know, and I was even talking about it. I was like, you know, because my dad, you know, now he's retired, he's just like, what's the next movie? And I was like, And it was so funny. I always love it because even like when we saw Mission Impossible and we were at dinner, and I go, he's like, "What's the next movie?" I'm like, "Karate Kid Legends." I thought he would be down for it. He was like, "Nah," and I was like, "Oh shit, you're not gonna what? We watch Karate Kid. What?" And he's like, "Nah." And when I saw it, I was like, "Yeah, you made the right decision because well, not great. You wouldn't have enjoyed it." And then I was telling him, I was like, "All right, well, next week is how to Train Your Dragon." And he goes,
Yeah.
"No," and I'm like, "All right." And then he goes, "What's the week after that?" I'm like, 28 years later.
Years later. That's right. Yeah. Well, that's like.
He goes, "I'm not the zombie stuff."
Oh no.
All right,
No,
I guess
that is the 20th, isn't it? June 20th, I think.
yeah. And the
Yeah,
F1 is gonna be after that. I'm like, and
Right.
he was like, "All right, I'm down." I'm like, there for, and I was like, "All right." Then we got July, and he goes, "Yeah, we're gonna be busy in July." And I'm like, "Yeah, the tickets are already gone on sale for things," but I'm like, I think we're gonna be okay. I'm not gonna buy them yet because I don't know if like other people want to join, but I'll buy them probably. I'm not gonna wait till the last minute for sure, but you know what fucking irks me, man. I'm so tired, and I know we're gonna get this with Superman as well. Dude, it's like these fucking idiots that think like their immediate world is like the entire world, because there's like fuckers like, because Fandango and like, oh yeah, Fantastic Four, the servers were going down, people were having problems because people were like trying to buy tickets. And then all of a sudden people go like, they take a screenshot of their local movie theater and be like, "Are you sure there's like nobody buying shit?" I'm like, come on, guys. Your local movie theater is not everyone's movie theater.
Right.
Like, what are we doing? That is one of my pet peeves, Phil, is when these fucking people like want to take screenshots of a screening and going, "Hey, nobody's buying tickets." I'm like, why? Why are you doing
Okay,
this?
you know what?
Yeah.
Let's have an experiment here. I'll get my phone. I'll look and see my local theater and see what Fantastic Four looks like right now, just for shits and giggles. Okay, not even be an asshole, but just out of sheer curiosity to see if I can get. And I'm sure I probably could, but I'm curious myself because the last time a movie sold out for me in my local area, I want to say was. Oh God! Wow, it's
Deadpool and Wolverine.
I think so, yeah. But even then,
something like that.
I saw that with William and Rhea, like at.
Oh yeah,
Comic-Con.
you saw it at yeah.
I wasn't even worried about that, but yeah. Let me see. Let's find out.
It's such a fucking peeve. I hate it.
Let's see. Okay, Fandango. Pulling up the Fandango app because I am a Fandango guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna look at too. So Fantastic Four has a bunch of screenings already at my local theater. They already have Superman tickets already. What the fuck?
Okay, so for me, they have July 24th.
Yeah.
2:00. So this, yeah, 2:55.
Yeah, I have 2:00 on mine.
This is the nearest theater to me, closest to where I work. Oh wow, actually, that's actually really good. So all the fours are taken. But take a look.
See, there you go. See,
what's that? What movie is this?
Fantastic Four.
Movie is this?
But mind you, this is also a 2:55 showing on Thursday, July 24th.
We're just
I was just worried about Phil.
Yeah, I was just like having a grievance of like the fact that people were trying to because they were saying like, oh, pre-sales are like off the charts when it comes. See, like when I'm looking at screens of mine, I'm not seeing a big huge thing over here, obviously, but at the same time, I'm not looking at IMAX either.
Okay,
but
so
I mean, I just hate it when people post screenshots to try to debunk the fact that no, tickets aren't, just like when fuckers go to like stores and take pictures of toy sections of
the t-shirts.
Superman toys.
This is the theater that's closer to my house.
And that's, I can't really, is it, oh yeah, all the blue is taken, right?
No, all the blue is open.
Oh, okay.
All the blue is open. So it's good. Yeah, but then again, this is 2:55 on a Thursday, and it's like, okay, yeah. And even then, even if I get out of work at 2:30, I leave, I get to the theater probably around 3:00. That's still enough time because the fucking trailers and shit are still going to be playing.
I
You know,
I don't know. I just, oh man, I hate it.
bottom
when
line
people
is
do
I'm not worried. I'm not at all
No.
worried about seeing
No,
that
I'm
movie.
not worried about getting a screening either. It's kind of funny because when I was looking at Fandango, they were showing Superman tickets already. I'm like, wait, I thought those weren't on pre-sale yet, but I don't know. Like I said, people are weird, and why do they do that kind of stuff where it's like they want to debunk, like, no, they're not selling tickets. I'm like, come on. People are going to be buying tickets. They're fine. You don't have to rush out to buy them right now because that's the end of July. We're talking about a month and a half.
I think-
Superman comes out in a month, and those tickets are going to be going out on sale like literally a month beforehand. And that's when we're going to start really getting, good box office tracking numbers as opposed to what we've been getting,
And the thing that really chaps my ass is like these people on the other side of the coin who are just running with this notion that like, oh, Superman is going to make like 175 million domestically opening weekend. I'm like, you need to fucking pump the brakes because math doesn't work that way. Like look at every other major superhero film domestic opening weekend that isn't an Avengers level event and tell me it's going to make that amount of money, because I even compared the Batman's opening domestic weekend. Take a wild guess at how much the Batman made its opening weekend domestically here in the States.
How
Just
was it?
guess.
Like 120.
Go up a little bit.
130.
Yes.
Yeah.
134.
Yeah.
134. Domestically, Man of Steel made 116 million.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the Superman movie and I'm like, it's got hype. It's got it's got a lot of good social media buzz going around it.
Got a lot of mojo behind it.
Domestically, I think at the very minimum, we're looking at like maybe 115, 120, maximum domestic 130, 140 max. I'm happy to be wrong, but I fucking doubt that movie makes 175 million domestically. I doubt it.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, July is going to be a very interesting month because there's some people that are going like, oh, Jurassic World doesn't have anything behind it. I'm going to see all the movies. That's the thing. I'm like, I don't care. I'm going to watch them all. Like my dad's like, all right, we're seeing Jurassic World. We're seeing Superman. We're seeing Fantastic Four. I mean, even in between there, I'm seeing I Know What You Did Last Summer, the reboot. I'm like, all right, I'm going to fucking see that. I know he doesn't want to see it, but I'm going to see it. I'm keeping such a good streak, man. I'm just keep on going. Like
you're doing good, man. You're doing real
dude,
good.
I'm not taking any breaks. Like I think I only took like one, maybe two. I have to look back.
You know what I'm looking forward to the most? Like I'm really looking forward to your Freaky Friday review.
Oh, Jesus Christ. When does that come out? August, right?
August, yeah.
If there's another movie that's coming out during that week,
what's the matter? You don't want to see Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis on screen?
No, dude. I am not all about that one, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Maybe I will. If there's nothing else, if I want to keep the streak alive, I'll keep the streak alive. But
look at it this way. There's no way if you watch the original movie and then go into it, but then also keep in mind there's no fucking way it can be worse than Snow White.
Very true. Very true. Snow White was very much like, oh God, that was a struggle. And I will say Karate Kid Legends frustrated the shit out of me, but it went quick at least. But I don't know.
Didn't even buy a ticket for that.
I didn't either.
I didn't do Snow White at all. There's certain
I had to.
That movie.
I thought you
I
meant
just
Karate
know as
Kid.
soon as I see that they're coming out, I'm like, okay, you guys have fun.
Yeah.
I thought you meant Karate Kid. I haven't seen Karate Kid yet. I really want to, but it's just
no plans on that one. I got my Karate Kid out of me in the 80s.
Yeah.
Fair.
Peter Cetera.
Cobra Kai was enough. Like I said, it was just they were just trying to squeeze out a little bit, and they're like, how can we bring Jackie Chan back into this? But the thing is, when you bring Jackie Chan into something like this, it's going to make Ralph Macchio not look like he can fight at all. That was one of the things that I was like, I saw, and
we lost him.
Yeah, but that was one of the things that was like so noticeable when you're, I mean, even Jackie Chan at what, 70 or whatever the hell he is, he still can move like Jackie Chan, you know? And when you see Ralph Macchio, it's like, man, yeah, when the camera's on him and he's doing his moves, it's like, yep, that's still the Ralph Macchio kind of awkward kind of thing. Yeah, he could hold his own, and we loved that. But then it was funny because when the camera was not on him, and there was times where him and Jackie Chan were doing like their things, and they were kind of, it was like, oh, that's a stunt guy. That's definitely a stunt guy because that's not how Ralph Macchio moves. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with Karate Kid Legends, to be honest. I'm like, I know they were trying to squeeze out, and it sucks because Ben Wang, that dude, he was a shining diamond out of that. Very likable, and that kid could fucking fight. He has moves. So even if that movie ends up being a total flop, I really hope that he gets recognized as somebody who's like, oh yeah, he's like, I would put him up with like the way that he moves. I'm like, he's got like Jet Li type of moves. Yeah. In my opinion. And I'm like going, okay, so that if there's anything shiny that can come out of this, it didn't move the needle with anything. And, you know, when it comes to the Karate Kid mythos, if, you know, whatever, I think Cobra Kai is satisfying enough for people when it comes to that. That's the love letter. This one was just like, they're trying to just squeeze another ounce of fucking whatever they can out of it. Right. But I think like Ben Wang, I hope that he has a future with action. I think he could be like a good action star because the dude he has moves. He's young, and like somebody needs to swallow him up and definitely get him on the screen to do some good shit because I don't think anybody complained about his performance. Everybody just complained about the movie in general. Like it's just one big montage. It really is just one big montage of shit in 90 minutes. There's so much. Karate Kid Legends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know Brad's gonna see it. I'm not knocking or nothing. I just was like, man, I remember that as a kid. Now I feel old that you fucking Gen Zs are talking about Karate Kid. I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, I know, right?
And it's hell. Yeah. How did you bring that back out of all the things? I'm like,
yeah. Like I said, yeah, I saw Brad.
Brad, I missed your review of Ballerina.
Of what? Ballerina.
Ballerina.
Yeah,
what did you think of Ballerina?
Oh, I liked it. And I think it was a good entry into the John Wick universe. You know, one of the things that I was kind of looking for because we heard that there was extensive reshoots. Because it was supposed to come out last year and they delayed it like a year essentially. And one of the things that I was like, oh, well, I was getting listening, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure the final act was the thing that got reshot. And I told you why, Phil, like when you were asking me. I don't want to like give too much away with it, but but I'm just, I think it was just, but at the same time, what I said in my first reaction review was the fact that it's like a Dark Phoenix situation because the way that Dark Phoenix, that train sequence with Magneto, that was a reshot sequence and that was fucking badass. So when I saw Ballerina, and again, look forward to the flamethrower sequence. That shit was insane. Like I was talking when we were walking to our cars, I was like, the flamethrower sequence. Have you ever seen anything like that? I was like, Jesus Christ, that was insane.
It's the first flamethrower fight I've ever seen.
Dude, okay, so you saw it. Yeah, that's right. You did see it. Yeah. So essentially, I got my coin too. It's in my pants pocket that I wore yesterday, so I don't have it on me. But yeah, so essentially, it's not even a spoiler. It's a cool sequence where literally it's a gunfight with flamethrowers. And you just go, what the fuck? How is this even working? But it is. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Like I had a smile on my face.
She kills so many people during that sequence.
Yeah. But then there's the bat, like the guy that's going after her also has a flamethrower. So it is a shootout with flamethrowers. And you go, what the fuck? Who came up with this crazy idea? And the way it plays out, it's so crazy. And then there's even a sequence that she does too, that where all she has is grenades. And I was going, this is cool too. Like she's fucking trying to get out and taking out people with just grenades. And I'm going, okay, you guys, yeah, they keep on just figuring out creative ways for the protagonist to kill people. It's like, geez.
She shoots a guy in the dick. She shoots a guy in the dick, point blank.
Oh, she definitely does do that. Of course, she was going to shoot a guy in the dick. Jay, I saw your thing. Like, where you get the coin? I mean, just go to the movie. They're giving them away at the movie theater. I got a coin too. I showed it in my first reaction. I don't have it on me. I meant to have it on me, but it's a cool little coin. My brother got one too. Yeah, they were just giving them out when we scanned our tickets in. They were just giving them out. They're like, hey, you want to
come to Vegas? I got 80 of them.
Yeah. See, so yeah, get it from Sci-Fi Center if you want to. But
a little fanny pack.
Oh yeah, yellow fanny. Yeah, you got all the merch, man.
Good.
You got all the merch, but yeah. So yeah, how did you feel about the posters, the Superman posters, Phil? Yeah. Kinda,
there were a few that I liked. I mean, yeah. I'm biased when it comes to Metamorpho. I thought the Metamorpho one looked great.
Yeah, and the lowest one. Come on,
lowest, and of course,
that's why I put her in the thumbnail because she's so goddamn gorgeous. And everybody was complaining like, "Where's Lois's poster?" I'm like, "Come on, guys."
I will admit, when I saw that they were doing, they did the heroes, and then they did, Lex and his evil band of merry misfits. I was like, okay, where the fuck is the crew for the Daily Planet? And then, of course, the next day it was the Daily Planet crew, and I was like, all right, cool. This is gonna sound super nitpicky, but I really don't give a shit. I can't fucking stand Beck Bennett's Lombard's mustache. It looks fucking terrible.
I think that's what they were going for. Again,
I agree.
Just like Guy Gardner's hair.
I'm just like, this looks so fucking bad, and I think that's by design. It just looks
yeah, totally by design.
Oh my god,
he's gonna be such a douchebag.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the posters. I was like, all right, you're keeping up with the theme, but I was kind of, dude, the one I even said like, Hawk Girl needs those fucking lenses on her helmet, man. It would look so much better. The helmet looks so cool, but the fact that there's not those white lenses like on it, I just think that they're like, if there needs to be like some white lenses, it needs to be on her helmet. I don't know.
Here's a petty one. Here's a real petty one.
Okay.
We didn't get a poster for Ultraman or whatever, right? Why the fuck did Eve Tessmacher get a fucking poster?
I knew doing the selfie.
You were gonna say that.
I was like,
you were gonna say that. Yeah.
Really, we're doing this? Like,
yeah, we got one where she's taking a selfie, and that's it's all again by design. By design, it's by design. That's the thing. Oh man, I know. I knew you were gonna say that because I clipped out about that. I was like, oh yeah, the most hated character of Superman gets a poster. And she's taking a selfie within the poster. It's like, oh my god,
Jesus Christ! I love the one with the engineer, Gabriella De May.
Oh yeah.
Forgive me, I fuck up her name every time I try and say it off my head. But
Gabriella Maria Fadia. I always mess it up too. Dave Fadia.
Wow. Yeah. The engineer who fucks those robots up.
Yes, that's that one. And did you? Yeah, she even said on the DC Showcase podcast that she kind of approached the character and her character. Did you hear about that?
Oh, I saw.
If she wants to, she wants a little Lex Luthor. She wants to seduce him a little bit. She
earns her keep at Luthor Corp.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. That's kind of an interesting approach. Like, all right, yeah, you're there for Lexi, and then yeah. It's like,
well, we know Tessmacher in this movie is like his girlfriend or whatever, and I could see like her, the engineer, being this brute enforcer, but also kind of giving Lex the side eye of like, yeah, I want that.
Yeah, where it's like, it's like, oh yeah, Tess, she's not. He gets to like kind of like, oh yeah, you're my trophy girlfriend, but then he's looking at the engineer like, this girl, she'll show me ways that I've never seen before. Anyways, that's a good way to wrap up the stream right there. Woo! I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, let's face it, the engineer, like, she looked pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, this has been fun. Great talking to Ernie. Great everybody who's stuck around. Thank you to everybody who's been backing up Area 51 Studios. Like I said, this is just it just seems like a really cool project and right up my alley about the whole Area 51 thing. That's like when Scott sent me the link, like, oh, this is what he's doing. I went, oh, this is cool. And then when he explained it, I went, yep, right up my alley. And maybe this can turn into something because, yeah, it just is a really cool idea. So thank you to all who backed it up. Obviously, people here too have backed it up, and we'll try to push it. It'll be the month of Ernie, and hopefully you guys, well, maybe we'll hook them up with you guys too. I know William, you can get them on your show and really push it, especially with the Sci-Fi Center stuff. So then we can
especially because it's Area 51 and we're literally
you're like right around the corner
from Area 51.
Yeah.
We should. Hey, we know what we should do. I should get them and say, hey, dude, you know what? I know this might get us both killed, but you're doing something about Area 51. Let's go out there and fuck with the white Jeeps.
No, don't do that. Just go to Area 15. Just go to Area 15 that's in Vegas.
That's a different kind of high.
Yeah, I know. That place is cool, though. I went
always
last
busy.
time I was in Vegas, I went to Area 15, and it was a pretty cool spot.
And it stays busy.
Oh, yeah, always. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a mall of booze and food and black lights. Yeah. Probably that's
lovely.
I didn't see any of those there, but hey, outside.
They were there, Dave. They were there.
outside, not within the fucking building in the area. But yeah, probably outside for sure. It is Vegas, for God's sakes. But thank you guys for watching, and we'll go around the horn here. Of course, thank you to Chris, thank you to Scott, and especially thank you to Ernie for being on the stream. But Phil, what do you got?
Not much. I mean, I did my Friday fill earlier than usual because I wasn't sure if I was going to be watching my nephew who got out of transitional kindergarten today, so that's a plus.
Yeah, man, that messed up my day, dude. I was coming around.
I'm sorry, dude.
I had my chips, my $2 chips. I had my Mountain Dew ready, and I was bracing myself, and then I looked and it was already gone.
Yeah, sorry. I it was just one of those things. I just wanted to be prepared for real life adjustments, but yeah, I did my show earlier today. I've been doing some Switch 2 streaming. I'm gonna do we're in the summer Superman, obviously, so I'm having a friend of mine from Chris's network, Travis, not Snell, but another guy, Travis Hines. He's coming on. We're going to talk All-Star Superman for the summer of Superman on the Eternal Night sometime next week, and then after that be my buddy Phil Walsh talking about Batman Begins. Yeah, the movie, not the comic, but
I know I don't have the movie.
Yeah, I'm also just kind of taking a break from the Party Nation and Council stream, not because of animosity or anything. Just I'm focusing on just making my own stuff. So there's that. Like, I'm trying to make more videos, but I feel like my computer is starting to show its age a little bit, which is kind of shitty, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, that's pretty much it outside of being here every Friday, which is, again, thank you for the opportunity, getting to talk to Ernie and ask him the question I did. I had been percolating that one all day. So yeah, man, fun stuff.
Yeah, always great having you. William, what do you got?
First of all, I want you all that are watching this right now, I want you to go on Twitter and type Phil until you see his face pop up. Tomorrow afternoon, we are going to do our group watch of Predator Killer Killers tomorrow around.
Nice. I got to watch that.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it tonight, and then we're going to do a group. So that's all I got. I'm just getting ready to get past July 11th so that I can unmute so many words. So I can unmute hope. I can unmute optimism. I can unmute Superman. So and have like conversations with actual upright standing human beings, that don't drag knuckles. But hey, that's all I got.
All right. Well, thank you guys. And of course, thank you again to Ernie and backing him up and everything. And he'll probably be back. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He seems like he's very open to just be like, hey, come back, and maybe we'll do another run with him when it comes to trying to get that book, try to get everything backed up and everything. So, and then of course, thank you to Chris, thank you to Scott, thank you, Phil, thank you, William, and thank you, everybody out there. We love you. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe, and yeah, we will talk to you guys later.